Welcome back to Rockridge County High School. Jim Bresnahan back here with you. We apologize for our technical difficulties. Right now we're in the top of the fourth inning with Wesley trailing Southern Virginia. The Knights getting a 2-spot in the third inning to take a 3-1 lead, which they have right now, a 3-1 lead with 2 outs in the top of the fourth inning. Wesley with runners at first and second. Taylor Peterson pitching a great game today, trying to nail down the third out of the fourth inning. He is facing Deshaun Aiken, with, again, runners at first and second, and 2 gone here in the top of the fourth inning. Zach McNally's 2-run single allowed the Knights to go from a 1-1 tie to a 3-1 lead. So your hitting star, one of them at least for the Knights, Zach McNally, 2-run single in the third inning, and also Taylor Peterson, the starting pitcher, who's into the fourth inning with only allowing 1 run so far, trying to nail down the third out of the fourth inning. Swung on and missed. A 1-1 count on Aiken. Knights trying to get their first Capital Conference win of the season. Wesley went on top 1-0 in the first inning. Knights came back with a run to tie the game. Got a 2-run single from McNally. That's where we are now. 3-1 lead for the Knights in the fourth inning. Aiken fouls it back. 2 strikes on the hitter for Wesley. The Knights came in 0-3 in the conference, 6-15 overall. Wesley 2-2 in the conference, 9-4 overall. Only 3 undefeated teams left in the Capital Conference in Salisbury, Christopher Newport, and York. Peterson trying to get the third out of the fourth inning. Floats that one up there, and it just missed. 2-2 the count. 2 gone here in the fourth inning, and runners at first and second. McNally looking for that third strike, the third out of the inning. That ball just missing outside, and they're going to say the batter did not go around with the bat. So Aiken is still alive, looking at a 3-2 count now. 3-2 with the tying run at first base. 3-1 lead for the Knights here in the top of the fourth inning. Doubleheader today, so we play 7 innings in each game. And we'll have both games for you today with the Knights leading here in game 1, 3-1 in the fourth inning. The pitch popped to the outfield, and it's going to fall for a base hit. 1 run is going to come in, and it's 3-2. As Aiken was able to drop that ball right in front of Hilburn in center field. Hilburn came over, had a long run, but could not get there before the ball dropped in, and so it's 3-2. Now the Knights' lead is down to 1. Southern Virginia still with the lead here at 3-2 in the fourth inning with 2 outs and runners at the corners. And now Mears will come to the plate. He is the center fielder, Trey Mears, senior outfielder. Tying run at third base. Go-ahead run for Wesley now at first base. Peterson trying to get out of the fourth inning was still the lead of 3-2. And he gets a called strike on the corner. Peterson has pitched very good today. He allowed a run of the first and allowed that 2-out run-scoring single here in the fourth inning. He's trying to get out of this fourth inning with the lead. Runners at the corners take their lead. That one floats in there for a ball. 1-1 the count to Mears. Peterson started this ball game with an ERA just under 4.6. And that ball is drilled to center field. Hilburn going back, still going back. It's going to be over his head to the wall. 3-3 now, and here comes Aiken with the go-ahead run, and a 2-run double by Mears to center field that sailed over Hilburn's head. And just like that, Wesley has taken the lead here in the fourth inning at 4-3. So 2 hits to center field, 1 a single that dropped in front of Hilburn, that one a double that went over his head to the wall. And so now Wesley is on top here 4-3 in the top of the fourth inning. Mirtachek is the hitter now. He's the catcher. It's 4-3. with a runner at second base. Swinging strike there. So Peterson started this inning with a 3-1 lead. And he was not away from getting out of it with a 3-1 lead, but a couple of big hits by the Wesley Wolverines, and now the Wolverines are on top here 4-3. Pickoff play, and the runner's back. Peterson trying to get out of this fourth inning. 2 gone here in the fourth. That ball fouled out and out of play to the right. Here's at second base with the big double to give the Wolverines the lead. Peterson looking for that third out. That one's low and away. Knights started this top of the fourth with a 3-1 lead, but now Wolverines lead at 4-3 with 2 outs and a runner at second base. Grounded back to Peterson. And he'll throw over to first for the third out. We'll go to the bottom of the fourth with the Wolverines on top here, 4-3.
Number 13, Ryan Moore.
Welcome back here to Rockbridge County High School. Jim Bresnahan back here with you. We're going to the bottom of the fourth inning with Wesley on top, 4-3. The Knights entered the fourth inning with a 3-1 lead, but Wesley got several big hits, including a double by Mears over the center fielder's head, Hilburn, and that produced the tying run and the go-ahead run. And now the Knights start this bottom of the fourth inning trailing 4-3. And a hit batter. So Ryan Morin, the shortstop, is hit by that pitch by Jonathan Mullen. Mullen's gone the entire way for the Wolverines.
Riley Daniels.
And now Riley Daniels will come to the plate with a runner at first base, and nobody gone here for the Knights in the bottom of the fourth inning. Daniels came into the game today hitting 183 with a couple of homers. He hits that one right back to the pitcher, who grabs it out of the air, and Morin's back in time to avoid being doubled off. And so 1 gone. Morin at first base. And now Brugos will come to the plate for the Knights. It's 4-3. Wesley on top here in the bottom of the fourth. Wesley got a run in the first. Knights came back to tie it. Took the lead in the third inning with a 2-run single by McNally, but Wesley got 3 runs All happening with 2 outs in the top of the 4th inning, and now the Wolverines are on top here 4-3. Morin takes his lead at first base, and that one bounces up there and allows Morin to go on down to second base. He takes the big turn, he'll stay at second base with 1 out. And now Burgos is in a position to drive home the tying run, potentially with a single. He came into the game today hitting 158. Hilburn, the center fielder, on deck for the Knights. That one bounces up there again. Jordan Kiefer was able to tie the game, getting the Knights' first run of the game. He got hit by a pitch. Went down to second base on a pass ball. Went over to third on a bunt, and then came home on a pass ball. So Mullen gives up a single to center field. Morin's going to come home and tie this game. The throw will come to the plate, and it gets away from the catcher at the last second. Morin able to score, and down to second base goes Burgos. It would have been a very close play at the plate if the catcher had been able to hang on to the ball, but not able to do so, and Morin just got in there to tie the game here in the 4th inning. So we're all even at 4. Big hit by Burgos right up the middle. And Alex Burgos has his 4th RBI of the season, and so the Knights now have the go-ahead run at second base with just, again, 1 out here in the 4th inning. Hilburn takes a high pitch. Josh Hilburn came into the game today hitting .214 of the season with no homers and 5 RBIs, also 9 steals. He leads the team with stolen bases. That pitch low and outside. So the Knights have come to play today, 0-3 in the conference, facing a Wesley team with a 2-2 record in the conference, and the Knights are battling the Wolverines. Outside corner for a strike. Knights trail 1-0. Came back for a 3-1 lead. Trail 4-3. Now tied at 4. Swung on and missed. And now 2 strikes on the hitter. 1 out here in the 4th inning. Knights have the go-ahead run down at second base with only 1 out. Pitch grounded foul. And now Hilburn is just trying to stay alive with Saunders, the leadoff hitter, on deck. Pitcher from the Wolverines comes into the hitter, and Hilburn is gone on strikes. So now 2 gone for the Knights. Saunders will come to the plate. He entered the day today, hitting .262 on the season with a homer and 9 RBIs. Just one of 3 Knights to hit a home run this season. Kiefer had another homer. And, of course, Riley Daniels in that Mont Alto victory back in February had 2 grand slams. And he's not hit a homer since that game. Saunders can drive home the go-ahead run here in the 4th inning with a single. Burgos takes his lead at second base. That pitch is inside, called strike, just on the corner. Justin King, the DH, is on deck for the Knights. Saunders drives that ball deep to right field, and it is over the fence for a home run. Ryan Saunders with his 2nd home run of the season. And I believe he's got 11 RBIs on the year now, and he puts the Knights on top 6-4 here in the 4th inning. That ball just kept soaring. Went over the right fielder's head. It looked like for a second it might hit the wall and bounce back. But it just got over the fence, and Saunders delivers his 2nd home run of the season. And that's the 5th team home run for the Knights. here in the 2017 season. And so the Knights now back to a 2-run lead at 6-4. Called strike on Justin King. So the Knights had a 3-1 lead to start the fourth, fell behind 4-3 in the bottom of the fourth, and now back on top 6-4. And Taylor Peterson has got the lead back. Starting pitcher for the Knights as they try to win their first Capital Conference game. Justin King trying to keep it going here for Southern Virginia. And suddenly Mullen can't find the plate, the starting pitcher for Wesley. A little wild after that home run by Saunders. The pitch. Ball 4. King's reaches on a walk, so King is at first with 2 outs. And here comes Cole Critchfield, the leading hitter for the Knights. He came into the game today hitting .412. Yet to hit a homer, but he's got 13 RBIs, 28 hits, and 68 at-bats entering play today. And that might be it for Mullen, the freshman. Looks like a pitching change here for the Wesley Wolverines. Mullen, he went 3 2/3 innings, and he had a 4-3 lead to start the bottom of the fourth inning, but he leaves here, allowing 6 runs. And King still at first base with 2 outs, and Critchfield the hitter. Wesley had a tough loss yesterday on the road at Salisbury, a 9-8 loss, a game that they trailed 6-0 going into the 8th inning. They got 8 runs in the top of the 8th inning and actually took an 8-6 lead, only to see Salisbury come back with 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning for eventually a 9-8 win. So relief pitcher into the game for the Wesley Wolverines. It's going to be Sam Meck. He's a junior, 6 foot, 165 pounds, out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He comes on with his team trailing now 6-4. Justin King is again the base runner at first base. And there are 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Cole Critchfield again, the leading hitter coming into the game today for the Knights, sitting over 400, is the hitter. As the Knights look to add more runs and give Taylor Peterson, their starting pitcher, a bigger cushion than 2 runs right now. Doubleheader scheduled for today. We'll have the second one for you right after the conclusion, about a half hour after the conclusion of this first game. Critchfield ready to face Meck. And Meck's first pitch is a called strike. That ball hit right back to the pitcher. Meck flags it down and throws over for the 3rd out of the inning. But the Knights get some more runs here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 3 runs to be exact. We'll go to the 5th inning. It is Southern Virginia 6 and Wesley 4. Knights have a 6-4 lead as we start the top of the 5th inning. Taylor Peterson still out there throwing for the Knights. He started the 4th inning with a 3-1 lead, gave up 3 runs. Knights came right back with 3 in the bottom of the 4th, and so Taylor Peterson's got the lead again, 6-4 here in the top of the 5th inning. He is facing Siebert, the shortstop for Wesley, with nobody gone and nobody on here in the top of the 5th inning. And that ball is popped up to the outfield. Hilburn in center field under it, and that is the first out of the 5th inning. Got a doubleheader today, and a doubleheaders we go 7 innings rather than 9. So the Knights are 8 outs away from picking up their first Capital Conference win if they can hang on to this 6-4 lead. Mike Calvarese, the third baseman, steps in there now for the Wesley Wolverines. Wesley came in 2-2 in the conference, 9-4 overall. Knights 0-3 in the conference, 6-15 on the season. Southern Virginia only a game and a half behind Frostburg for the 6th spot in the Capital Conference. Top 6, of course, make the postseason conference tournament. So the Knights are trying to focus on getting their first win in the Capital Conference here in Game 1 and then maybe add to that in Game 2. 1 gone, and that ball grounded foul. Knights have 3 losses so far in the conference. 2 to York, 1 to Christopher Newport, all on the road, and those are the top 2 of the top 3 teams. Salisbury is the other undefeated team in the Capital Conference. So the Knights have played some heavyweights, and they're hoping for a doubleheader sweep of Wesley today, which would be huge in the efforts to make the postseason Capital Conference tournament. 3-1 the count. Mike Calvarese. Peterson has that ball driven over the head of the shortstop into left center field. Most likely going to be 2 bases for Calvarese, who is into second base for a double. So Calvarese with a double with 1 out. And Foster, the DH, will come to the plate. William Foster, as Wesley tries to battle back again. Peterson had a 3-1 lead in the 4th inning. Couldn't hold it. He's given a 6-4 lead here in the top of the 5th inning. And Wesley's got a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Peterson only with a few strikeouts today. Peterson facing Foster, gets the called strike there. Jonathan Hodges is warming up for the Knights in the bullpen. This could be quite possibly Peterson's last inning to work. Fouled now to play. Now a couple of strikes on the hitter. Peterson trying to get the 3rd strike, the 2nd out of this 5th inning. Facing the DH. Foster hit deep to right field. That ball may be out of here. Nope, it hits the wall, bounces away from the right fielder, Critchfield. 1 run will score. The hitter, Foster, stumbles coming around second base, but he'll make third base with a triple. It's 6-5. That ball nearly left the ballpark. Hit the wall. Critchfield couldn't corral it. And Foster goes in for a triple. And Wesley is within a run now, 6-5 here in the top of the 5th inning. And now Aaron Briggs will come to the plate. Second baseman for Wesley. Still just 1 out here in the 5th inning. And we'll see if Peterson can get out of this 5th inning. He still has 2 more outs to record as he tries to protect now a 6-5 lead. So Foster, the DH, with a triple to bring home 1 run. And the Knights lead 6-4 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, now down to 6-5. Foster, who just got a triple, reapplying his shoe over at third base. And it's possible that this could be Peterson's last batter, depending on whether or not he can get the out. He still needs 2 outs to get out of this 5th inning. So Aaron Briggs, the junior infielder at second base today, trying to get a hit to tie the game. Sac fly would also tie, maybe even a ground out. Peterson gets the first strike and looks for more. Floats that one up there for a called strike. Out the corner, 2 strikes. Peterson would love to get the strikeout here. Trying to get the out without allowing that runner at third to come home. 2 strikes on the hitter. Tries outside again, way outside. 1-2 now in the count. Fouled back by Briggs, still 1-2. Michael Picciarello is the on-deck hitter. He's the first baseman for the Wolverines. Here comes the 1-2 delivery. Swung on, fouled away. Gets away from the catcher. Didn't hit it. It rolled up there, and the run comes home from third base. Basically a pass ball and allows the hitter who struck out to reach first base. So it bounced up there. Kiefer not able to corral the ball. If he does, the runner stays at third, and there are 2 outs. Instead, the game is tied at 6. Still just 1 out, and the runner's at first base. So Briggs is at first, and Picciarello is the hitter. Tough play there for Peterson, the starting pitcher for the Knights. He thought he had the second out, but it got away from the catcher, Kiefer. There goes the runner on a steal, and he is down there in time with the stolen base. Third base coach for Wesley coming in to talk to the home plate umpire. Looks like they're going to bring the runner back to first base and call out the hitter. Looks like some interference was called. Hitter interfering with Kiefer, so they call the batter out with interference. And Briggs, who had that stolen base, goes back to first base, so he's still at first with 2 outs in a 6-6 game. And now Sabino is the hitter. Sabino make that for Wesley. Mike Sabino with Briggs at first base and 2 outs. So a clutch call there by the umpires in a 6-6 game here in the top of the 5th inning. Runner takes his lead. Peterson throws over. Hodge is still throwing in the bullpen. Peterson trying to get through this 5th inning in a 6-6 game. Maybe turn it over the bullpen for innings 6 and 7. And the Knights will hope to retake the lead in the bottom of the 5th inning if the Knights can get the 3rd out of this 5th inning. Sabino, the hitter, with a runner at first and 2 outs. And Peterson took something off that ball. Gets the strike. Peterson's pitch swung on and missed. 1-2 now on Sabino. Peterson looking for the third out of the fifth inning. That ball fouled away. Knights rally from a 1-0 deficit to take a 3-1 lead. Rally from a 4-3 deficit to take a 6-4 lead. And now tied at 6 here in the top of the fifth inning. Two strikes on the hitter. Sabino takes it outside, just missed. 2-2 now on the hitter. Peterson's 2-2 delivery to Sabino. A swung on it, missed for the strikeout. So this game remains tied. We'll go to the bottom of the fifth inning. Wesley 6 and Southern Virginia University 6. Welcome back, everyone, to Rockbridge County High School. Jim Bresnahan here with you as we are in a 6-6 game, all tied, 6-6 in the bottom of the fifth inning. Wesley got 2 runs in the top of the fifth to tie the game at 6, and now the Knights will go to work here in the bottom of the fifth inning against the reliever, Meck. That ball popped out to the outfield, and it's going to be the first out of the fifth inning. So Zach McNally, who had a 2-run single earlier, flies out to center field. 1 gone for the Knights, and Kiefer, the catcher, will now be the hitter. Jordan Kiefer came in with a pretty good average this season. Came into the game with a .306 average with a homer and 11 RBIs entering the contest. He's the hitter with nobody gone and 1 on, or nobody out, or nobody on and 1 out. And Kiefer delivers a 1-out single to center field. So Kiefer hitting with nobody on base and 1 gone after McNally's flyout, singles to the outfield. So Kiefer, the base runner. 1 out for the Knights. Kiefer at first base. And now Ryan Morin will step to the plate. He entered the game hitting .232 on the season. He's trying to get Kiefer into scoring position as the Knights hope to retake the lead here in the fifth inning against Meck, the reliever. Sam Meck came on in the bottom of the fourth inning after Ryan Saunders' homer had given the Knights a 6-4 lead. That ball inside. Kiefer being a catcher and not the greatest speed at first base. Morin's the hitter with Daniels on deck. Ball's low. Knights trying to get a rally going here in the bottom of the fifth inning with 1 out. Called strike. We'll see if we see Hodges, reliever for the Knights, in the top of the sixth inning. There goes Kiefer on a straight steal. That ball is hit out to center field. And all the way back to the warning track. Catch is made. And Kiefer just gets back to first base. Or Morin really gave that a ride, but Mears, the center fielder, able to go all the way back to the wall almost and make the grab in deep center field. So now 2 outs for the Knights here in the 5th inning.
Daniels.
And Riley Daniels steps to the plate. Daniels had 2 grand slams back in February against Penn State Montalto. 2 homers and 9 RBIs entering the contest, so he's got those 2 grand slams. But outside of that, only 1 RBI in the season, outside of the 2 homers that he hit against Penn State Montalto that were both grand slams. He's got a chance here to put the Knights on top with an extra base hit with Kiefer at first base and 2 outs. That ball is hit to left field and deep, and it is his 3rd homer of the season. Riley Daniels got a charge into that one. That looked like one of the grand slams back in February against Penn State Montalto. And his 2-run homer by Riley Daniels, his 3rd homer of the season, and his 11th RBI. And just like that, it is the Knights back on top here, 8-6 in the 5th inning. So a Saunders homer in the 4th inning put the Knights on top by 2, and now a Riley Daniels homer has made it an 8-6 game.
Number 4, Alex Burgos.
So Riley Daniels, a 2-run homer to left field. He really put a charge into that ball, and it's now the Knights on top here, 8-6 in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Burgos is the hitter for the Knights with 2 outs and nobody on base now for Southern Virginia. And we'll see if the Knights, potentially their bullpen, can hang on to this 8-6 lead. They've had a 3-1 lead, a 6-4 lead, and now an 8-6 lead as they try to hold off Wesley in the last 2 innings, and that's a called strike. Big hits today. McNally's 2-run single, Saunders 2-run homer, now Daniels with a 2-run homer. Mack trying to work out of any further damage here in the bottom of the 5th inning after giving the 2-run homer up that puts the Knights back on top. That ball's tapped back to Mack. He grabs it and throws over to first for the 3rd out of the inning. But a 2-run homer by Riley Daniels has given the Knights the lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning. We'll go to the top of the 6th. It is Southern Virginia on top, 8-6. Welcome back here to the top of the 6th inning with the Knights retaking the lead in the 5th inning, 8-6. And Peterson is still out there throwing. Hodges has been warming up and remains in the bullpen warming up. Knights softball victorious in game 1 of their doubleheader against Trinity of District of Columbia, winning 19-0. That ball's punched to right field. Going to be all the way down the right field line. Kutria, the right fielder, was playing way in. And over to second base with an easy double goes to Sean Aiken. So just like that, a hit by Aiken down the right field line. Right-handed hitter, but he went the opposite way and gets 2 bases out of it.
Number 6, Trey Mears.
So now Mears, the center fielder, will come to the plate. He had a big 2-run double that allowed Wesley to actually retake the lead in the 5th inning. And now he's got Aiken at second base with nobody out against Peterson. Peterson trying to work through any potential damage here in the 6th inning. He is 6 outs away from victory. Aiken gets back in there. Kiefer's throw down, not in time. Hodges continues to work in the bullpen. Coach Logan Mann was probably hoping to have Peterson survive the 6th and maybe go to Hodges in the 7th inning. Right now the Knights are trying to hold on to a 2-run lead. Wesley's got a man at second base and nobody on here in the top of the 6th inning with the Knights 6 outs away from victory. That ball hit to short. Morin tries to backhand it, bobbles it. He's going to have to hurry his throw. It's not in time. And now Wesley's got first and second with nobody out.
Number 9, Cody Dimitrichik.
Cody Dimitrichik is up the hit now for the Wesley Wolverines. The Wolverines catcher with runners at first and second. Still nobody out here for Wesley in the 6th inning. We'll see if he bunts or not. Trying to move both runners into scoring position. Hodges continues to warm up. Nice looking for a bunt. Bunted down the third base line. It's going to roll fair. Stayed fair. It looked like it rolled foul. Peterson grabbed it because it looked like it had rolled to the left side of the foul line. But they're going to say it never rolled fair according to the home plate umpire, and so now its bases loaded. That ball definitely looked like it had rolled past the line into foul territory, but the home plate umpire, with a good view of it, says otherwise. And so now the Knights are in a real jam here with bases loaded and nobody out with Siebert the hitter. And this might be it for Taylor Peterson. With bases loaded, nobody out. Hodges warming up in the bullpen. Knights holding on to a 2-run lead. Knights have had several big offensive hits today. McNally a 2-run single to give them a 3-1 lead. Saunders a 2-run homer to make it a 6-4 Knights lead. And Riley Daniels in the bottom of the 5th with a 2-run homer to make it 8-6 Knights. But Wesley has battled back every time. And the Wolverines have bases loaded with nobody out here in the 6th inning. And Chris Siebert is the hitter. He's the Wesley shortstop. The lefty with a chance to deliver a big hit for his team with bases loaded, nobody out. And the Knights would love to get the strikeout here, or even a double play ball. Maybe allow a run, but try to hold on to the lead. Siebert hits that ball to third. They'll come home for the force. They get it. And so the bases remain loaded, and now there's 1 out. So a big out there. Base is still loaded, but now there is 1 gone here in the top of the 6th inning. And it looks like that's going to be it for Peterson. With Mike Calvarese coming to the plate, the third baseman for Wesley. And it looks like Jonathan Hodges will come on in. He has a save this season, but he also has got an ERA entering the game today over 8. So Hodges will try to nail down the victory for Taylor Peterson, right-handed junior pitcher out of Cleveland, Tennessee, 5'11", 200 pounds. And Hodges will come on here hoping for some big outs here in the bottom or the top of the 6th inning, with the Knights holding on to an 8-6 lead in game 1 of our doubleheader today. Mentioned that Knights softball was victorious 19-0 in their first of a doubleheader against Trinity. Men's lacrosse also in action today at St. Mary's. That one was scheduled to start at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Women's lacrosse will be in action next Tuesday at home. And men's volleyball victorious last night over Pfeiffer on the road. So they are now 18-5 on the season. Men's volleyball team will have its final home match coming up next Wednesday against James Madison, Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. So Hodges, who throws sidearm, the bases loaded and 1 out here in the 6th inning. Hodges would like to maybe record a strikeout or two, or maybe some sort of pop-up, or do what Peterson was able to do with the last hitter, get a ground out and a force out at home. Knights would love to get out of this bases loaded jam without allowing any runs, certainly without allowing no more than 1 run as they try to hold on to this 8-6 lead. It's been back and forth all game long. Knights trailed early 1-0, came back, tied the game, then got a 2-run single from McNally to take a 3-1 lead. Wesley took the lead at 4-3. Knights came back with a Saunders homer to make it 6-4. Wesley tied the game at 6, and then Daniels' 2-run homer made it 8-6 Knights. So Mike Calvarese, the third baseman, comes up to hit now for Wesley with bases loaded and 1 out facing the relief pitcher Hodges. Sidearm pitch popped to right field. Could be deep enough for a sac fly. Critchfield makes the catch. He'll fire the ball in. It's 8-7. And now 2 outs with runners at the corners. So Southern Virginia still has the lead. And now it's 1st and 3rd with 2 outs. And the DH Foster will come to the plate as the Knights try to get the 3rd out of the 6th inning, and they'll try to hold on to this 1-run lead. Runners take their lead, and that's a called strike. Bases were loaded. Force out made it. Bases loaded, 1 out. Sac fly makes it 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. Hodges gets the foul off, and now he's got 2 strikes on the hitter. Foster, the DH, with 2 strikes and the runners at the corners. Hodges trying to nail down the 3rd out of the 6th inning. Swung on and missed a big strikeout there by Hodges, and the Knights will go to the bottom of the 6th inning, holding on to a 1-run lead. It is Southern Virginia on top here, 8-7.
For the Knights, number
We're ready to go
24,
here. Bottom of the sixth
Hilburn.
inning. Jim Bresnahan back here with you from Rockbridge County High School. The Knights holding on to an 8-7 lead here in game one of our doubleheader today from Rockbridge County High School. Wesley trailing the Knights 8-7. Josh Hilburn will start off this bottom of the sixth inning for the Knights. It was 8-6 going into the top of the sixth. Wesley loaded the bases with nobody out. They only got one run out of it. Beck still the relief pitcher in there throwing for Wesley. He allowed a two-run homer to Riley Daniels last inning that gave the Knights the lead, and right now the Knights are holding on to an 8-7 lead as Hilburn swings and misses. Knights would love to get Hodges, if he comes back out there to pitch in the top of the seventh inning, some cushion. Right now it's a one-run lead as Hilburn drives that ball to left field and deep, and it is gone. Another homer for the Knights. Wynn helping to carry that ball by Hilburn. That's his first home run of the season. So the Wynn helped to drive that ball over to the left center field fence, and it's 9-7 Knights as Hilburn hits a homer. That's the third homer hit by the Knights today. Daniels, Saunders, and now Hilburn with a homer as Saunders comes to the plate as the Knights hold a 9-7 lead here in the bottom of the sixth inning. That was a big run to add to the scoreboard for the relievers, namely Hodges. And now Saunders will try to go to work to get some more offense for the Knights. Knights 3 outs away in the top of the seventh inning from getting their first Capital Conference win. Trying to improve to 7-15 of the season, and more importantly, 1-3 in the Capital Conference. Saunders takes a ball. Two and one on Saunders. Nobody out here in the bottom of the sixth. Now 2-2 after a swinging strike by Brady. Riley Daniels in the bullpen warming up. See if Hodges comes back out there to pitch in the seventh inning, and if Daniels is just throwing as added insurance just in case Hodges were to run into problems in the seventh inning. Saunders draws the walk. And now Justin King will come to the plate. Ryan Saunders, 6 steals this season. He's been caught 5 times. Has the running ability, though, with 6 stolen bases this season. Ryan Saunders is at first base with still nobody out here for the Knights in the bottom of the sixth inning. And Justin King is the hitter here for the Knights. Came into the game today hitting .280 on the season. Trying to get a big hit with Saunders at first base. And Ryan's got a great lead at first base. King, a lefty hitter. King has also been used, of course, as a starting pitcher this season for the Knights. He drives the ball to up the middle, and it looks like it may be two base, a double play ball, and it is. King hit that ball right up the middle. Looked like it might get through into the outfield for a base hit, but instead, shortstop flips to second, over to first, and 2 quickly out here for the Knights after they had the big home run by Hilburn. So it's 9-7. Nobody on base here for the Knights now in the bottom of the sixth inning, 2 outs. And Cole Critchfield will come to the plate. Knights have got a run so far here in the sixth inning to give their bullpen a bit of a cushion, a 2-run lead instead of a 1-run lead. Beck facing Critchfield, and Cole swings and misses. Cole Critchfield, 6'2", 200-pound freshman in right field today. Played a lot of first base, obviously, for the Knights. 2-1 the count. And now 2-2. Knights are 3 outs away from trying to get their first Capital Conference win of the season in the top of the 7th inning. They've hit 3 home runs today. Two and two the count, 2 outs, nobody on. Beck, who relieved Mullen in the 4th inning, fires, and now it is 3-2. McNally on deck for the Knights. Critchfield goes the other way to third base. And that'll be the 3rd out of the inning. But the Knights get a run. The home run by Hilburn, and we'll go to the top of the 7th inning. The Knights are 3 outs away from claiming their first Capital Conference win. Southern Virginia on top here, 9-7. Here we go, top of the 7th inning. Knights 3 outs away from claiming their first win of the Capital Conference this season, leading 9-7. Jonathan Hodges trying to get his 2nd save of the season, trying to give Taylor Peterson the victory. And he'll face Aaron Briggs. First hitter drives that ball to left field. Down the line, going to be a couple of bases. Briggs motors around first, headed to second base, and he is going to be out. Boy, that ball went down the left field line. Briggs must have looked like he got a little bit of a bad turn around first base, kind of stumbled a little bit. And a great throw by Saunders, getting that ball back in quickly. Almost looked like a sure two-bagger when it left the bat. But the Knights defense doing the job, getting the first out of the 7th inning. So Saunders doing the job in left field for the Knights. And now Hodges gets the hit right back to him for the 2nd out of the inning. As Perturillo hits right back to the pitcher for the 2nd out, and now the Knights suddenly only 1 out away from claiming their first Capital Conference win of the season. Mike Sabino is the hitter. Hodge is trying to get his 2nd save of the season, gets the called strike. That ball fouled back, and now 2 strikes, and Hodges is a strike away from picking up his 2nd save of the season. Taylor Peterson would be the winning pitcher for the Knights if they can hang on here. 1-2 now. So Ryan Saunders, big play to start this inning in left field, throwing out a potential base runner at second base, and that ball popped up right field. Will anybody get to it? No, it looks like it just falls out of play as Cole Critchfield, the right fielder, was the closest defender for the Knights, and so still 2 strikes on the hitter. With 2 outs and nobody on base for Wesley. Jonathan Hodges, the junior, trying to get his second save of this 2017 season. Knights trying to pick up their 7th win overall. And now the count 2-2 on the hitter. Deshaun Aiken on deck with 2 outs and nobody on for Wesley. Hodges thought he got the 3rd strike, but it's called a ball. So now the count is 3-2. Sabino fouls away to stay alive. Still 3-2 on the hitter with 2 outs. The Knights a strike away from victory. That ball hit to shortstop. Morin takes it, throws over to first, and the Knights win. Southern Virginia claims victory in the first game of this doubleheader. Southern Virginia winning it 9-7. Taylor Peterson, the winning pitcher. Hodges with a big save. The Knights had 3 homers in the game today. A Riley Daniels 2-run homer that put the Knights on top for good. Earlier, Ryan Saunders with a 2-run homer. Hilburn with a homer. And also McNally with a big 2-run single. And all of that allowed the Knights to take the win here. Unless we're going to go 9 innings, it looks like. Inning with the Knights still on top here, 9-7. So Southern Virginia, 9-7 lead here as we'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Had been some talk about this being a 7-inning game, but it looks like it's going to go 9. So the Knights still have some work to do to claim their first Capital Conference win.
At bat for the Knights, number 9, Zach McNally.
So Capital Conference games are 9 innings despite the doubleheader. So Knights still have some work to do. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, they've got a 2-run lead, but still have a couple more innings to go. And McNally will start things off here for the Knights in the bottom of the 7th inning. Two and one the count on McNally. And that one's up and in. 3-1 now on McNally. And McNally draws the walk to start the 7th inning. So McNally is on first base. So we thought this game might be over after 7, but we're going to go 9. And the Knights have a 9-7 lead. Peterson still in line to be the winning pitcher. So the Knights bullpen will have to shut down Wesley for 2 more innings here as we're in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Kiefer, the hitter, with a runner at first base, and Kiefer fouls that one back. McNally, the base runner at first. Nobody out here for the Knights in the bottom of the 7th. They lead 9-7. And back to first base successfully is Kiefer. Kiefer showing bunt right now. Back to first base goes the hitter McNally. McNally at first base. Nobody gone for the Knights here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Kiefer, let's see if he decides to bunt to try to advance McNally over to second base. Kiefer bunts the ball. Fantastic bunt. And that's the first out as Meck applies the tag on Kiefer. So the Knights have a runner at second with 1 out. And now Ryan Morin will come to the plate with Daniels on deck. Ryan Daniels, last time up, of course, hit a 2-run homer. Riley Daniels hitting his 3rd homer of the season earlier in this game to give the Knights the lead back at 8-6. And there's a called strike on Ryan Morin. One out, runner at second base for the Knights, who lead here 9-7 in the blast of the 7th inning, and that's a called strike. One and two, now the count on Ryan Morin. And now 2-2 the count. Two pitch, and that one's low. 3-2 now on Ryan Morin. Second game of the doubleheader to follow this game. We'll have that one for you. That ball punched off the pitcher's hand, out to shortstop. No play. First and third for the Knights with 1 gone here in the 7th inning, and now Riley Daniels will come to the plate. Daniels already has his 3rd homer of the season earlier today. That 2-run homer put the Knights on top 8-6 after the game had been tied at 6-6. And now with a 2-run lead, the opportunity arising here for Riley Daniels again to do some damage. With runners at the corners, and still 1 out here in the 7th inning for the Knights. Throw over, and Morin gets back. Morin takes his lead at first. We'll see if he tries to steal second to keep the Knights out of the force. Pitches inside to Riley Daniels. Knights have hit 3 home runs today. Wolverines have yet to hit a homer. That ball roped to left field for a base hit. 1 run is in. Morin will try to get over to third base. No, he's going to stay at second. First and second. 1 out. The Knights on top here now 10-7.
Number 4, Alex Burgos.
And now it'll be Alex Burgos coming to the plate with runners at first and second. And 1 out for the Knights here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They now lead 10-7. It's their biggest lead so far today, a 3-run advantage. Burgos showing bunt. Pitch is low for ball 1. Runners take their leads, first and second, and a fake throw back by Meck, the relief pitcher for Wesley. Good lead at first and second for the Knights. With Hilburn on deck, we'll see if Burgos continues to try to maybe bunt and advance the runners to second and third. Burgos, good bunt, but it fouls away. One and one now on Burgos with a runner at first and a runner at second. That pitch high from Meck. It's now 2-1 on Burgos. Runners take their leads, 2-1. And the pitch ripped down to third base. Force there, throw over. And it turns out to be a double play for the Knights, and that is going to be the third out of the inning. We'll go to the eighth inning, and the Knights holding on to a big lead here of 10-7, a 3-run lead for Southern Virginia. Again, in the eighth inning, it's Southern Virginia 10 and Wesley 7. John Aiken will lead off the top of the eighth inning for Wesley. It's 10-7. Knights on top by 3, and Hodges still out there throwing first reliever of the game for the Knights. Hoping to pick up his second save of the season. Got the pitch over for a called strike. 1-1 the count. Hodges 1-1 pitch, fouled away, 1-2 on the hitter. One-two pitches outside, 2-2 on Aiken. Knights have their biggest lead right now at 3, 10-7. 2-2 delivery, popped up right side, and it's going to be the first baseman putting it away, Burgos, for the first out of the eighth inning. So now the Knights are 5 outs away from picking up their first Capital Conference win.
Number 6, Trey Mears.
Trey Mears will come to the plate now. Mears, the center fielder. He's had some big hits today. Hodges, first pitch is outside. And now 2-0 on the hitter. Knights had a 3-1 lead. Wesley came back for a 4-3 lead. Knights took a 6-4 lead. Wesley tied the game at 6, and the Wesley pitchers allowed the Knights are able to take a 9-7 lead. Right now it's 10-7. Knights have hit 3 homers today. Hilburn's got one, and Saunders and Daniels both with 2-run homers, and McNally had a 2-run single. Peterson started for the Knights. Hodges out there pitching right now for Southern Virginia. Gets the called strike, 3-1 now on Mears. Ball hit to center field. Hilburn right there makes the catch for the second out. 2 gone for the Wolverines here in the 8th inning. And Demirchek is now the hitter. He takes a called strike. That ball hit deep to left field. Saunders back, and he makes the catch at the fence. That's the 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th, and the Knights still lead here, 10-7. We're ready to go here for the Knights in the bottom of the 8th inning, with Southern Virginia holding on to a 10-7 lead. Josh Hilburn is the hitter to lead off the bottom of the 8th for the Knights. And Hilburn hits that ball to center field for a base hit. Now Saunders will come to the plate. Knights on top here, 10-7 to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Ryan Saunders.
And out. They call Hilburn out on the pickoff play at first base. So 1 gone here for the Knights in the bottom of the 8th inning with Saunders up there and King on deck. Called strike on Ryan Saunders. Swung on a missed, and now 2 strikes on Saunders. That ball ripped to right field for a hit. So Saunders with another hit today in game one of this doubleheader. And now Justin King will come to the plate with Critchfield on deck.
Number 21, Justin King.
Justin King. King waiting on the hit on the pitcher, Meck. Two and 0 now to Justin King with the runner at first base and one gone here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Saunders takes his lead at first base. Knights leading here 10-7, 3-run lead for the Knights. Ball is fouled off down the right field line, and it lands just foul. Two and one on Justin King, and Saunders takes his lead at first with one out here in the 8th inning. Now 3 and 1 on King. Wind picking up here in the bottom of the 8th inning at Rockbridge County High School. There goes Saunders. Ball 4 to King, first and second. So King is the runner at first now. Saunders at second, one out. Here's Cole Critchfield with the Knights leading 10-7. Wesley fell yesterday 9-8 to Salisbury on the road. Critchfield rockets that ball to right field, and it is gone for a home run. 13-7, Cole Critchfield with his first homer of the season and the 4th homer today by Southern Virginia. And the Knights now expand that lead to 13-7. Cole Critchfield giving that ball a ride over the right field fence. And suddenly, what had been a tight game throughout most of the contest today suddenly has become a 6-run lead for Southern Virginia. Still just one out here in the 8th inning. First game of a doubleheader today for the Knights. Hoping to get their first Capital Conference win here in game one. Hoping to maybe sweep this doubleheader and get right back into the Capital Conference race with a couple of conference wins. As McNally is the hitter here for Southern Virginia with one out and nobody on base for the Knights in the bottom of the 8th inning. Next delivery popped up and out of play. Called strike, 2-2 now. Kiefer is on deck. 2-2 delivery. Popped up on the infield. And that'll be the second out of this 8th inning for the Knights. Cole Critchfield's home run has given the Knights a 6-run lead here in the bottom of the 8th. Critchfield, Hilburn, Daniels, and Saunders, 4 home runs today. All 4 of those guys hitting homers for the Knights. And their 4 home runs have given them a 13-7 lead in the bottom of the 8th inning as Kiefer fouls that one off. 1-1 now to Kiefer. Ripped to center field for another hit. Kiefer will stay at first base with a single on a long hit to center field. And now Ryan Morin is the hitter for the Knights.
Number 13, Ryan Morin.
Two outs, runner at first is Kiefer. Pitches high to Morin, 2-0 the count. Three and 0 now to Morin. There's a called strike. 3-1 now with the runner at first and 2 outs for the Knights, who lead by 6 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. That's going to be a base hit up to the middle into center field as Kiefer will stop at second. First and second. Still 2 outs, and Riley Daniels now will come to the plate. Daniels has a 2-run homer today. 3 homers on the season now for him.
Riley Daniels.
First and second. And Daniels hits that ball to left field, and he's hit another homer. His 4th homer of the season, 2nd homer today. 5 RBIs, at least 5 RBIs today, and the Knights now lead 16-7. 5 home runs now by Southern Virginia in this first game of a doubleheader. Daniels with 2. And also, Saunders has a homer, Hilburn has a homer, Critchfield also a homer. Knights have scored now 6 runs here in the bottom of the 8th inning to turn a 10-7 game into a 16-7 game.
Number 4, Alex Bruno.
This game had been tight throughout until the bottom of the 8th inning, with the Knights able to turn a 3-run lead into a 9-run lead. Burgos the hitter now with 2 outs, nobody on base. And so the Knights bullpen will have a big cushion to work with in the 9th inning as that ball's popped into left center field for a hit. Burgos quickly around first, and he'll cruise into second for a double. And now Hilburn back up there hitting.
Number 24, Josh Hilburn.
That pitch low and outside to Hilburn. Two and 0 now to Hilburn, with the runner at second and 2 gone for the Knights here in the last of the 8th inning. Saunders is on deck. Ball to right field. Base hit. Runner comes to the plate and is called out for the 3rd out of the inning. So Burgos is thrown out at the plate, and we'll go to the top of the 9th inning with the Knights on top here, 16-7. Siebert will lead off the ninth inning here for Wesley in a 16-7 game for the Knights. They lead by 9. 3 outs away from victory. Ball hit to right field for a base hit. Wind has really picked up here at Rockbridge County High School, as well as the rain. The Knights are just trying to lock down this victory. They need 3 more outs. So a 9-run lead here for the Knights in the top of the 9th inning. Calvaries is the hitter now for Wesley with the runner at second base and nobody out. Hodges trying to nail down the save and give Taylor Peterson the victory. That pitch hit to right field, and that's going to be the first out of the inning. So the Knights are 2 outs away from victory here in the 9th inning. Foster, the DH, will come to the plate now. One strike after that foul. Hodges just 2 outs away from victory. That ball hit down the left field line for a base hit. A diving attempt by McNally, couldn't reach it. Runner stops at third. Going to be a single, first and third. 1 out here for Wesley in the top of the 9th inning. Now Briggs will be the hitter for the Wolverines. Hodges took over for Peterson in the 6th inning. That ball lifted to left field and deep. Saunders underneath makes the grab despite the wind and the rain. Sac fly makes it 16-8. And now there are 2 outs in the 9th inning. Now Picasillo will come to the plate for the Wolverines with 2 outs. Knights down to their last out, trying to lock down this first Capital Conference win of the season. Called strike. And hitter waved at it, and the home plate umpire calls it strike 2. So 2 strikes. Knights now just a strike away. The rain, Hodges wants a new ball. Southern Virginia would improve to 7-15 on the season with this victory. Wesley would drop to 9-5. This is the first game of a doubleheader. Knights trying to go to 1-3 in the conference with this win. And Wesley would drop to 2-3 in the conference. Hodges just a strike away. Ball hit to left field for a base hit. First and second, 2 outs for Wesley. 16-8 ball game now. Mike Sabino is the hitter now for the Wolverines. Wind has really picked up over the last 10 or 15 minutes with this rainstorm going through. Knights trying to get the 3rd out of this 9th inning to lock down this first Capital Conference win of the season. Called strike. 1-1 on Sabino. That ball hit deep to left field, and it will leave the ballpark for a 3-run homer for Wesley. Sabino with a 3-run homer to make it 16-11. Still 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning, so the Knights lead is down to 5. But they only need 1 more out to claim the victory here in game 1 of this doubleheader. So Sabino with a big 3-run homer. That's Wesley's first home run today. Knights have hit several homers in piling up 16 runs. And Hodges will now face Aiken, trying to lock down this game, trying to nail down the 3rd out of the 9th inning. And he gets a called strike on the inside corner. Inside corner, missed it that time, 1-1. And he waves at that one for called strike 2. Again, this is the first game of a doubleheader. Sunny skies behind us, so hopefully the rain is starting to move out and we'll have good weather for game number 2. Curve over for strike 3. Hodges will pick up the save, and the Knights claim their first win in the Capital Conference this season. Several big homers hit today by Southern Virginia, including Daniels, Saunders, Critchfield, Hilburn. Daniels hit 2 homers today. Taylor Peterson with the win, and Hodges gets the save as the Knights get the victory. Your final score in game 1 again, it was Southern Virginia 16 and Wesley 11. Don't forget, we'll have our second game of the doubleheader coming up in about 30 minutes or so. But again, the final score in game 1 of this doubleheader from Rockbridge County High School, Southern Virginia 16 and Wesley 11. Welcome, everyone, to Rockbridge County High School. Jim Bresnahan here with you for the second game of our doubleheader today between Wesley and Southern Virginia University and Capital Conference baseball action. The Knights won the first contest 16-11, their first Capital Conference win of the season. Knights improving to 7-15 of the season. And Wesley with the loss, dropping to 2-3 in the conference, 9-5 overall. Seth Burris gets the start here for the Knights in Game 2 of our doubleheader. And the first pitch to Mears of Wesley is a strike. Trey Mears, the center fielder, leading things off here for Wesley in the top of the first inning of Game 2. Again, the Knights won the first contest 16-11. Setting the Knights defense out in the outfield, it'll be Ryan Saunders in left, Josh Hilburn in center. Cole Critchfield is again our right fielder today for the Knights today. And quickly a ball there by Seth Burris, the starting pitcher. Burris, by the way, is a right-handed pitcher, junior from Galax, went to Carroll County High School. And Burris' next pitch is low. Zach McNally is the third baseman again, with Ryan Moran, the shortstop. Riley Daniels, the second baseman. Alex Brugos will be the first baseman. And Kiefer behind the plate. Jordan Kiefer is the catcher. And Burris, on this first hitter, quickly runs the count to 3-1. Burris trying to get the leadoff hitter here in game number 2, and he walks the leadoff hitter. Mears draws the leadoff walk. So Trey Mears gets on right away. And now Cody Demerchurchik is going to be the hitter, with Mears taking his lead at first. Taylor Peterson was the winner of the first game. Hodges picked up the save. Knights hit 5 homers, 2 by Riley Daniels, 1 by Ryan Saunders, 1 by Cole Critchfield, the other by Josh Hilburn. Mears on the steal, and he'll make it. Ball one-hopped Kiefer, and he couldn't get rid of it to second base. Of course, in that first game, we had rain basically in the second half of the first game. High winds, but they were able to finish, and the Knights won it 16-11. Mears at second base. Nobody gone for the Wolverines of Wesley here in the first inning. And Burris struggling with his control to the first couple of hitters. So Kiefer will go out and talk with him. In game number 1, Taylor Peterson, the starting pitcher, the winning pitcher for the Knights, went into the 6th inning. Hodges took over, worked out of some jams, and wound up going the rest of the way for the save. That one is outside, and now 3-0 on the second hitter for Wesley in this inning. Sunny skies, not much wind for the start of game 2. That ball is popped down to shortstop. Burris on one hop throws over and makes the throw to first for the first out of this first inning. Mears, the base runner at second, moves over to third. And so now Siebert will come to the plate. Chris Siebert, left-handed hitter. Mears at third, and 1 out for Wesley here in the top of the first inning. Blocked by Kiefer. Burris throwing a lot of balls here in the first inning to the first 3 hitters. Mears walked, stole second, went over to third base, and that ball ripped over the head of Cole Critchfield. One hops the wall, and the hitter on his way to second base for an easy double, stand-up double for Siebert. And the run scores for Wesley, and they're on top early here, 1-0, just like the first game. They scored in the first inning in game number 1. And so now it'll be Calvarese coming to the plate, with Siebert at second base and 1 out here at the top of the first inning. Burris working from the stretch. Tries to hit the corner and does. Oh, and 1 the count. Burris' 0-1 delivery. 1 hops Kiefer. And over to third base is the base runner at second, Siebert. So now runner at third. Still just 1 gone here in the first inning. Low and outside. 2-1 on the hitter. Calvary's with a 2-1 count on him. Waiting for Burris' next delivery, which is high. Now 3-1. And Burris gets a called strike on a 3-1 pitch, and now it's 3-2. Aaron Briggs, the second baseman, is on deck for Wesley. Runner at third, 1 gone, 3-2 on the hitter. Burris walked him, and now first and third, still just 1 out. Aaron Briggs, the junior from Camden, Delaware, will come to the plate. It's right-handed, and the runners will be at the corners. And up to the mound will be Kiefer and the coaches, and they'll talk it over with Burris, who has really struggled with his control here in the first inning. Runners at the corners, and still just 1 out for the Wolverines here in the top of the first inning.
Number 1, Aaron Briggs.
'Briggs takes a swing at it, half swing, called strike, so it's 0-1 on the hitter. Burris working from the stretch. And that one bounces up there and over from the first base over to second base goes the base runner Calvary. So second and third, 1 out. 2 runners now in scoring position here in the first inning for Wesley. They already lead 1-0. That one floats up there high above the letters, and now 2-1 the count. Two now on Briggs. Second and third, 1 out for the Wolverines. And the Knights won the first game 16-11. Peterson the winning pitcher. Hodges got the save. Knights hit 5 homers. Riley Daniels hitting 2 of the 5. Critchfield got 1, Saunders got 1, and Hilburn got 1. 2-2 pitch. Hit back to the pitcher. They look the runner back to third. Throw over to first. Good play by Burris. Keeps the score at 1-0 and keeps the runners at second and third. Now 2 outs. And Picarello will come to the plate now. First baseman for the Wesley Wolverines. Burris trying to get out of this first with only allowing just the 1 run. Picarello looking for a single that will drive home 2. again, 2-0 the count. Wind was really blowing out at times in the first game. Knights hit 5 homers. Wolverines hitting 1 homer. Pitch is popped up. And McNally at third makes the catch for the third out of the inning. So the Knights only allow 1 run. And the Wolverines leave 2 base runners. We'll go to the bottom of the first with Wesley on top here, 1-0. Welcome back to Rockbridge County High School. Bottom of the first inning. Knights' first trip to the plate. Wesley got a run at the top of the first inning. Ryan Saunders, who homered in that first game, will lead off for the Knights. He'll be followed by Justin King and then Cole Critchfield. Again, Saunders, Critchfield, and Hilburn all hit homers in that first game, and Riley Daniels hit 2 homers. Knights hit 5 homers in that first game as a team, scoring 16 runs, winning 16-11. They trail here 1-0 as they begin to hit here in the bottom of the first inning, and Saunders launches that one down the left field line, and it drops foul. In that first game, had good sunny skies like we've got right now for 5 or 6 innings, and then the rain came along with the high winds, but they were able to get that game in and finish with a 16-11 Knights victory. 0-1 the count on Saunders, and that one's high and away. Women's softball successful today for Southern Virginia as the Knights were able to defeat Trinity twice, 19-0 in the first game in a five-inning shortened game, and then 16-0 in the second game. So a big doubleheader sweep for softball as that ball is hit to left field, and the left fielder not able to make the play, lost it in the sun. Saunders pulling it at second base. So Saunders put that one way up in the air, and the left fielder, Deshaun Aiken, looked like he had a beat on it initially and then lost it in the sun. So Saunders will be at second, nobody out, and Justin King is now the hitter. In that first game, Wesley got off to a 1-0 lead. The Knights came back and tied it, then took the lead 3-1. Wesley took the lead 4-3. The Knights came right back, led 6-4. In a 6-6 tie game, they jumped back on top 8-6. Extended that lead to 10-7, and then got 6 runs in the 8th inning to jump to a 16-7 lead, and then hang on 16-11 for the victory as King gets ready to bunt. 1-0 pitch, bunted, attempt, but strike is called. 1-1 on King. Critchfield, the on-deck hitter. Saunders at second base. He takes his lead. 1-1 to Justin King, the DH, who is DH'd in both games. High and outside, 2-1. Cody Simmett, the starting pitcher for Wesley here in the second game. He's a junior, right-hander. 2-1 to count. King bunts it foul. 2-2. That one came right back at us. Two and two now on King. We'll see if he still bunts with 2 strikes on him. That was close, but the umpire, home plate umpire, calls it a ball, so it's 3-2 now. King waits on the 3-2 pitch, punches the ball foul. Just protecting the plate. Doesn't look like he's going to bunt with a 3-2 count. He's either looking for something he can drive if it's over the plate or let it go if it's ball 4. Saunders takes his lead at second base. And that one's high for ball 4. So the Knights have the first 2 runners on here in the first inning. Now Cole Critchfield, who came into today's action hitting .412 on the season. He got a homer in the first game. He's looking for a big hit with runners at first and second and nobody out for the Knights here in the bottom of the first inning. Driven to the gap in left center field. It's going to find the gap. Saunders will come around and score, and over to third base is King, and into second with a double is Critchfield. It's 1-1. So a big hit by Cole Critchfield. And now McNally will come to the plate for the Knights. Zach McNally with runners at second and third, and still nobody out here in the first inning for the Knights. Try to get you a lacrosse update as we go along in this baseball game, but last report, men's lacrosse was leading St. Mary's 18-15, I believe, in the fourth quarter on the road. Be a big lacrosse victory for men's lacrosse. Women's lacrosse not in action until next Tuesday. We mentioned that women's softball able to win a doubleheader today against Trinity, 19-0, 16-0. Of course, last night, men's volleyball winning at Pfeiffer to improve to 18-5 on the season. Second and third, still no one out. That one's high. And McNally suddenly looking at a 2-0 count. Kiefer, the catcher, is on deck. Wesley's first game starter, Mullen, he struggled at times. And that one hits McNally in the back. And so now the bases are loaded with nobody out. As Cody Simmett, the junior pitcher, has yet to get a batter out here in this first inning. He's put the bases loaded for the Knights with nobody out. And now Kiefer will come to the plate, and he's got a chance to do some real damage here with the bases loaded and nobody out. Knights came in 1-3 in the conference after their first game win. They win here today. They'll hop past Wesley. They would go to 2-3. Wesley would drop to 2-4 in the conference. Runners take their lead at every base with Kiefer waiting on the pitch. See if he waits him out. He drives that ball to center field. It's going to drop for a hit in short center field. And one run will score. The rest will all hold. The base runner is just advancing one base, but it's still bases loaded, still nobody out. And now the Knights have their first lead of game number 2 at 2-1 with Ryan Morin coming to the plate. The Knights got 16 runs in game 1. Then they're off to a good start here in game 2 with bases loaded, nobody out, and already 2 runs in. Curveball called strike on the outside corner. Riley Daniels, who hit 2 homers in that first game, is on deck. That one hooks up and just catches the corner at the letters. And quickly 0-2 here on Ryan Morin. And that one's high, 1-2. Morin looking for a big hit. Simmett, the starting pitcher for Wesley, trying to get his first out of the inning. And a curveball, he just fouled it off. One and two, the count on Morin. Inside, 2-2. That one hit towards the outfield. And Mears, the center fielder, makes the catch, and it's in short enough that they're not going to try to tag up and have the runner come home from third, so the bases remain loaded. First out of the inning, bases loaded, still 1 out, and now Riley Daniels will come to the plate. Now, Riley Daniels has been in this position before, back in late February against Penn State Mont Alto. He hit 2 grand slams in the same game against Penn State Mont Alto in back-to-back innings, and he had 2 homers in the first game, and he would love to hit one here. It'd be his 3rd grand slam of the season on this field if he can launch one. Called strike just on the outside corner. A 1 count on Daniels. He rips the ball past the second baseman into short right field. And they're going to hold the runners after 1 run scored to make it 3-1. The bases remain loaded, still just 1 out. So a big hit there by Riley Daniels, and now Burgos will come to the plate. Alex Burgos, the freshman infielder from Dinwiddie, Virginia. Bases loaded, still just 1 out here in the first inning. Knights have scored 3 runs. They're hoping for a big inning, and for that to happen, Burgos maybe will have to hit something deep into the outfield, and he takes a called strike on the first pitch. Hilburn, who hit a homer in the first game, is on deck. One after that pitch. Mets 1-1 delivery. Hooks in there. It's fouled off by Burgos. 1-2 now the count. Had a slugfest in that first game. 27 total runs as the Knights won it 16-11. Already 4 total runs in this first inning of game 2. And that one is high and tight. Burgos looking for a big hit here. He drives the ball to center field, straight up the middle for a base hit. 1 run will score. And again, they're going to hold the runner at third base. That's Kiefer, held at third. Station to station baseball for the Knights. And they score yet again to make it 4-1. And still the bases are loaded. And now Hilburn, who hit a homer in that first game, comes to the plate with bases loaded. Still just 1 out.
Josh Hilburn.
Knights are trying to pick up a doubleheader victory sweep today. That ball hit towards the gap in the outfield. It's in there for a hit. Picked up by the right fielder, and again they're going to hold the runner at third. Bases remain loaded. Now 5-1. Knights on top here. So the bases remain loaded for Ryan Saunders, who led off this first inning. And we'll see if Wesley's going to make a pitching change or just talk it over with Simmet, the starting pitcher. He's only recorded 1 out, given up 5 runs, and the bases are loaded. Looks like they're going to keep him in there. Knights have a chance if they can hit something into the gap deep, possibly to get 7 or 8 runs in this first inning. What a big doubleheader sweep this would be for Southern Virginia. A long way to go. We're only in the first inning, but they've taken a 5-1 lead here. Batted around. Saunders, the leadoff hitter, back up there. And Saunders waiting on the pitch. Takes it for ball 1. Simmett's 1-0 pitch. Floats up there outside. 2-0. Walk is as good as a hit right now. King is on deck, the DH. Saunders looking for a big hit, though. Knights hoping for an 8 or 9 run first inning, and that ball is popped up and out of play. The 2-1 pitch coming to Saunders. And low and inside, 3-1 now. This could be one of those 20-19 games, but the Knights are hoping to, if nothing else, get a lot of runs here in the first inning. They've already scored 5 times. That ball hit over the first baseman's head down the right field line. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. Saunders stops at first base, and they're going to hold the other runner at third base. Hilburn stops at third. 2 runs in, 7-1 in favor of the Knights, and now they have runners at the corners. Still just 1 out, and here comes Justin King. So a 7-run first inning so far for the Knights, or for the Southern Virginia University Knights. They have runners at the corners, and again, just still 1 out in the inning. And King will now come to the plate looking for a big hit. Just over for a called strike. Knights trying to give the starting pitcher for Southern Virginia, Seth Burris, a huge lead here in the first inning. Knights won the first game 16-11. Won both games today in women's softball, one in men's volleyball last night. Try to get you a men's lacrosse final a little later on. That ball lifted towards the outfield, short, and it's going to drop for a hit. Saunders will stop at second now, 8-1. Southern Virginia on top. First and second, still just 1 out in here is Cole Critchfield.
Number 6, Cole Critchfield.
Wesley lost a tough game yesterday on the road at Salisbury, 9-8. They might be letting Simmet go as deep as he can in this game, no matter how much he gives up in the way of runs, just to save the overall pitching staff, as Critchfield is in a position here to drive home some runs with Saunders at second and King at first, and still just 1 out. 0-1 the count on Critchfield. Hit to the left side for a base hit. Saunders will come on in. A run-scoring signal by Critchfield, 9-1 Southern Virginia. 9-run first inning, still just 1 out. Knights early on were taking walks and moving station to station. Now they're finding places no matter where they hit the ball, finding openings. Zach McNally will now come to the plate. King will take his lead at second, and Critchfield off at first. And McNally, the hitter, takes it outside. 1-1 the count. And that one's high, 2-1. Simmet, the starting pitcher for Wesley, has recorded just 1 out. He's allowed 9 runs and has 2 more on base. And that one's outside, and they call it for a strike. 2-2. Finally, Wesley gets someone up in the bullpen, just in case Simmet cannot get out of this first inning. That ball is hit past the third baseman for a hit. Another run will score. It is 10-1 Knights. So a hit by McNally, and it scores the runner from second. And King is in, and now the Knights have a 10-1 lead with runners at first and second. Still just 1 out. Now here's Kiefer again. Simmet's pitch is high. You wonder how many more batters they'll let him face if he can't get anyone out. They're finally getting someone running the bullpen. That one hooks up there for a strike. Simmet, a junior pitcher out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. 5'10", 165 pounds. He's allowed 10 runs so far here in the first inning. And that one's called a ball. Kiefer drives that ball to center field. Over the center fielder's head who started in on it. Misjudged it. Another run will score. Kiefer will pull up at second base. And the Knights have second and third, 1 out. And now they're on top 11-1 as the center fielder Mears started in on that ball and then realized quickly that he had misjudged the ball and it went way over his head for an easy hit. And the Knights have now racked up 11 first inning runs. If Mears plays that one correctly, he should be able to catch that near the warning track for the second out of the inning. Here's Morin. Second and third. And 1 out for the Knights in the bottom of the first inning. Ripped foul by Morin. Boy, I wonder if the Knights have ever sent the same man to the plate 3 times in 1 inning. If they've ever batted around twice. They've already batted around once with Moore the hitter and Riley Daniels on deck. Single could mean 2 more runs as Morin pops it up. And the catcher for Wesley puts that away for the second out. So it took a while, but there is the second out of the inning. Second and third, 2 outs, and here's Riley Daniels.
Number 2, Riley Daniels.
Curve just gets over for a strike. Single could mean 2 more runs for the Knights if Daniels can get one. And he got that one. And it looks like he's hit another homer. Daniels with his 3rd homer today, his 5th homer of the season. What a doubleheader Daniels is having. He loves to hit on this field. 5 home runs on this field over the past 3 or 4 weeks. And Daniels' 3-run homer makes it 14-1, Southern Virginia. Daniels hit 2 homers in that first game. Back in late February, he hit 2 grand slams in the same game. So he has 5 homers now, all here at Rockbridge County High School, all basically to left or left center, and the Knights have scored 14 times here in the first inning to take a 14-1 lead, and that's going to be all for the starting pitcher, Simmet, as Wesley will go to a reliever. Simmet gave up 14 runs. Not sure all of them were earned because Mears misplayed a ball in center field, but 14 runs and just 2/3 of an inning. So now taking over will be Ryan Devine, a junior pitcher out of Wilmington, Delaware. He will try to get the 3rd out of this first inning. And again, we're only in the first inning. And the Knights have suddenly jumped on top here 14-1. So with a 13-run advantage, you wonder if Seth Burris, how quickly he'll be able to work without pressure, just trying to get outs when Wesley comes to hit. Knights came into the game today 0-3 in the Capital Conference, 6-15 on the season. And if they can get the doubleheader sweep today, they would jump to 2-3. And be right back in the discussion about finishing in the top 6 and being in line maybe for making the postseason baseball tournament in the Capital Conference. Wesley had actually entered this weekend with a 2-1 conference record, but again, they lost to Salisbury yesterday and lost the first game of the doubleheader. If they end up losing this game, they're going to end up this weekend with a conference record of 2-4 after starting the weekend 2-1. Recapping other sports, we'll try to get you that men's lacrosse final. Southern Virginia was leading St. Mary's into the 4th quarter in men's lacrosse. Women's lacrosse will play at home next Tuesday. Women's softball, the Knights softball team winning 2 games today against Trinity in a doubleheader sweep at home. Of course, last night, men's volleyball winning at Pfeiffer to improve to 18-5 on the season. Men's volleyball will have their final home match coming up Wednesday, 7 p.m. against James Madison. Baseball after today, they'll be on the road at Mary Washington on Wednesday, and then a doubleheader at Salisbury next Saturday, and then the following Wednesday at Frostburg for a single game before they return home on Thursday, March 30th against Eastern Mennonite. So here is Burgos after the Daniels home run. With the bases empty, 2 outs here in the bottom of the first, and the Knights on top 14-1. Devine on his first pitch able to get it over and get the called strike, facing Burgos, 0-1 count. Now 1-1 on Burgos. Hilburn is on deck, and then the Knights would go back to the top of the order. They would send Saunders up for the 3rd time in this inning. Called strike there. So 1-2. 2-2 the count now on Burgos. That one's fouled off. Riley Daniels, a hitting star again here in Game 2 after he hit 2 homers in the first game. He launched a 3-run homer here in Game 2. That one is a called strike on the outside corner, and that ends it for the Knights. But they get 14 runs here in this first inning We will go to the second inning with the Knights on top easily here, 14-1, Southern Virginia. Fourteen runs in that first inning for the Knights to really support the starting pitching of Seth Burris, and Joins, the catcher, will now step to the plate to lead off the second inning for the Wesley Wolverines. John Joins, freshman catcher, did not play, did not start in game number one, which the Knights won 16-11. So we have played 10 innings, 9 in the first game. So far, 1 here in the second game. The Knights have scored 30 runs already. Driven deep to left field, but foul. Burris' 1-1 delivery. Tried to hit the corner, missed it. Now 3-1. Burris with a 13 to run lead here. Just wants to work to the hitters, let him put the ball in play. And Burris walks the first hitter here in the second inning. And now Sabino, the right fielder, will come to the plate. There's a called strike, Sabino. Wesley fans, after that first game, thinking, okay, they give up 14 to the Knights in the first inning. Now is the time to make the comeback here in inning number 2. Burris still looking to get his first out of the second inning. Has Joins at first base. And the pitch is popped up. Short center field. Hilburn comes in on a run and makes the catch. Nice catch by Josh Hilburn in center field for the first out. Now Deshaun Aiken will come to the plate. And Aiken will take a called strike. Aiken, a freshman, 5'9", hits right-handed from Frankfort, Delaware. Burst low. They've got the runner hung up. They throw down to second base, and they get him for the second out of the inning. Joins thought that ball might bounce away from Kiefer, so he strayed off first base, and by the time he realized that Kiefer had grabbed it, he was hung up between first and second, so that's the second out of the inning already. So 2 outs and nobody on for Wesley here on the top of the second. And that dribbled down to shortstop. Morin on one hop throws over to first base, and the Knights get Wesley to go without any runs in the second inning. We'll go to the bottom of the second. It's been all Southern Virginia so far. Knights on top here, 14-1. Looks like it's going to be a really successful spring break weekend for Southern Virginia University as they were able to defeat St. Mary's in men's lacrosse action today on the road, 18-15. Big conference win there for the men's lacrosse team, now 2-0 in the Capital Conference, with another big road date coming up on Wednesday before they return home next Saturday to take on Salisbury. And Hilburn, first hitter of the second inning, flies out to center field. And so Ryan Saunders will come to the plate for the third time in this second game of the doubleheader. Third time already here in the second inning. So men's lacrosse 18-15 over St. Mary's for a big Capital Conference win in men's lacrosse. Last night, men's volleyball defeated Pfeiffer. We mentioned in women's softball, Southern Virginia took a doubleheader today from Trinity, 19-0, 16-0 in the second game. And women's lacrosse not in action. They'll be playing Tuesday at home against Randolph. We'll have that game for you, along with men's lacrosse or men's volleyball against James Madison on Wednesday. Saunders launches this one to the outfield, deep, and the center fielder Mears with a nice running grab as he hits the wall almost in right center. Saunders gave it a ride, but Mears making a nice catch. And 2 outs for the Knights here in the second inning. So we mentioned women's lacrosse coming up Tuesday against Randolph. We'll have that one for you, followed by men's volleyball against James Madison Wednesday at 7 p.m. And then Thursday we'll have women's lacrosse again as the women will be taking on Christopher Newport. And also a week from today we will have that men's lacrosse game for you between Southern Virginia and Salisbury. 2 quick outs for the Knights here in the bottom of the second. And King is the hitter, the DH. Devine, the relief pitcher, getting the ball over, getting the Knights to swing. He's picked up 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. That one fouled out of play, still 2 strikes. King swings, misses, ball comes loose, and the catcher throws down for the 3rd out. So the Knights don't get anything in the second inning. No runs for the Knights in the second. We'll go to the top of the 3rd. The Knights on top, 14-1. Jim Bresnahan back here at Rockbridge County High School, ready to go at top of the 3rd inning with the Knights on top, 14-1. Knights scored 14 runs in the bottom of the first after Wesley scored a run in the top of the first inning. And that's where we stand, a 13-run lead for the starting pitcher, Seth Burris, for the Knights. Facing Mears, the center fielder, the leadoff hitter in the batting order. Mears drills that ball to left. It'll one-hop the wall. Mears hurrying for second base, and he'll make it. Saunders played it well, got it back in a hurry. So Mears is at second. So now Dimerchik will step to the plate with a runner at second, nobody out. Burris trying to work quickly here with a 13-run lead. Fouled off down the right field line there. Taylor Peterson, game one pitcher, was able to get the victory. He pitched, I believe, 5 2/3 innings, and Hodges took over in the 6th and then went the distance for the save. Nice job by Kiefer to keep that one in front of him. Burris' next pitch hit into the hole, and Mora knocks it down. Mears will turn and be held at third, and so it's 1st and 3rd. Nobody out for Wesley here in the 3rd inning. And now Siebert will come to the plate. Chris Siebert, the shortstop. Siebert hits that ball to center field and deep. And Hilburn back to the wall, makes the catch near the fence. Going to be a sac fly. Run will score to make it 14-2. That's going to be the first out of this 3rd inning. So Wesley has a runner at first base. 1 out. Burr still with a healthy 14-2 lead here in the 3rd inning. Now Calvarese will come to the plate with a runner at first and 1 out for the Wolverines. And Burris one-hops that throw over to Burgos on the pickoff play. One and 0 the count on Calvarese. Foul to the left side. Now 1-1 the count. Burris just trying to get outs. Make sure Wesley doesn't do any big rallies. There's a called strike. That ball is punched to the left side. Moran can't get it stop it from going to the outfield. Saunders will retrieve it. It's 1st and 2nd and 1 out. And now Briggs will come to the plate. Aaron Briggs, junior right-hander from Camden, Delaware. Second baseman for the Wolverines with runners at 1st and 2nd. Still just 1 out here in the top of the 3rd. Swinging strike there. That one's low, 1-1. And Burris aiming for the corner, goes outside with it, 2-1 the count. Seth Burris, the starting pitcher, trying to avoid a big inning for the Wesley offense. That one's high, 3-1. Drill to the outfield. That's going to find the gap and go to the wall. 1 run is home. And it's going to be 2nd and 3rd, 1 out, and Wesley pulls to within 14-3. So 2nd and 3rd, still just 1 out for the Wolverines. And they are trying to get a big inning together after the Knights scored 14 of the 1st inning. Piccirillo, the hitter, when Burris misses on the first pitch. Second and third. And that one hit to the outfield for a base hit. That's going to bring home 2 runs. It's 14-5. And it'll be a single, 2-run score on that single. And suddenly Wesley is within 9 runs here at 14-5. They have scored 4 times already here in the third inning. They scored once in the first inning, did not score at all in the second. And they have put home 4 runs here in this third inning, and they're trying to make a game of it after they fell behind 14-1 in the first inning. Now Joins, starting at catcher here in game 2, takes a strike. Burris missing low again. The 1-1 pitch, called strike, 1-2 now. Piccirillo is the base runner for the Wolverines over at first base. 1 out here in the third inning. Ball hit to short. Morin backhands it. Gets the play at second. Over to first. Double play. Big double play for Burris and the Knights. And they'll go to the bottom of the third inning with the score. Southern Virginia University 14 and Wesley 5. Ready to go here in the bottom of the third inning after the Knights gave up 4 runs to Wesley in the top of the third. Knights got 14 runs in the bottom of the first to take a 14-1 lead. They entered the bottom of the third with a 9-run lead here, 14-5, and Cole Critchfield, hitting from the left side, will lead off the bottom of the third inning for the Knights. Facing Devine, the relief pitcher for Wesley, who one-hops it up there. Hit down to short. And the ball gets away from the first baseman, so Critchfield has been able to reach as the throw over to first base got away from the first baseman. Tough play for the first baseman to make, and the Knights have a leadoff runner on board at first base here to start off the third inning, and now Zach McNally will come to the plate. Throw over and back goes Critchfield. Knights have jumped out to a 13-run lead, and now it's down to a 9-run lead here in the bottom of the third. Knights hoping to boost that lead against the relief pitcher Devine with a runner at first and nobody out. Kiefer, the catcher, is on deck. And McNally waiting on the delivery from Devine. It's low again. Two-0 delivery in there for a called strike. McNally awaiting the 2-1 pitch. And it's high and away, 3-1. McNally hits behind the runner, off the first baseman's glove. Critchfield stays at first, over to third. Goes the other runner, and the Knights have first and third. So Critchfield goes over to third. McNally with that hit goes over to first. Good job of McNally to hit behind the runner, hit behind Critchfield, who was moving on the pitch. And Zach McNally with a nice bit of hitting there, hitting behind Critchfield to send him over to third. It's first and third, nobody out. Here's Kiefer, the catcher, looking for a big hit with runners at the corners and nobody out. And Kiefer pops that one out of play, foul. Oh, 1-1 to Kiefer with Morin on deck. Wesley was trying to make a comeback. They got 4 in the third inning to pull within 9, but the Knights are hoping to boost that lead right back up. Here are the big bottom of the third inning as Kiefer takes a floater for a ball. And way outside. 2-1 now to Kiefer. One pitch fouled back, 2-2. Had some rain showers in the first game and high winds, but the two teams were able to ride it out. And so far here in game number 2, pretty good weather. As the Knights lead 14-5 here in the bottom of the third inning. Kiefer takes a floater high again, 3-2. Already first and third with nobody out. And Ryan Morin, the on-deck hitter. See if Kiefer takes on this pitch or tries to drive the ball. And he drove it to center field for a base hit. 15-5 now, and the Knights are on top. First and second, still nobody out for the Knights in the bottom of the third inning. They scored 14 times in the bottom of the first, and so far a run here in the bottom of the third.
13, Ryan Morin.
First and second, nobody out for the Knights, and now Ryan Morin, the hitter, with Daniels on deck. And Morin takes the pitch high for a ball. Pitch is popped up. Second baseman trying to put it away, and he grabs it. Nice catch there by Briggs. And so it is first and second. Now 2 outs, or 1 out for the Knights, here in the bottom of the third inning. And it'll be Riley Daniels coming to the plate. Daniels hit 2 homers in the first game. He's already hit a homer here in the second game. He has hit 5 home runs this season, all at home, all here at Rockbridge County High School. And all basically to left or left center. He's looking for a 4 home run day if he can hit one here. first and second. Knights have a run in already here in the bottom of the third inning. Daniels looking for a big hit. And that's a called strike. Both runners take good leads at first and second base. And Devine's pitch is driven out to right field. Catch made for the second out. So Daniels is out. 2 outs, 2 on. And Burgos will come down to the plate.
Number 4.
So the freshman out of Dinwiddie, Virginia, Alex Burgos, will come to the plate with runners at first and second. 2 outs here in the third inning. Knights on top, 15-5. Called strike on the corner. Devine fakes his delivery, trying to drive the runner at second back to second base. Burgos hoping for a big hit here to extend the 10-run lead, and he hits the ball down to third base off the third baseman into left field. That's going to score a run. And the other runner is thrown out at third base, and so that'll be the third out of the inning, but the Knights do get 2 runs. And we'll go to the fourth inning with your scores. Southern Virginia 16 and Wesley 5. Welcome back to Rockbridge County High School. Jim Bresnahan back here with you. We'll start the top of the fourth inning with the Knights on top here, 16-5. Jordan Kiefer, who made the last out at third base and hit the ground, was able to bounce up and come back out at catcher here to start off this top of the fourth inning, as Burris hits the first batter that he faces in Sabino. Hit him right on the hand. That's got to hurt. Sabino will go to first base. Kiefer playing both games here at catcher, which in and of itself is not easy, taking that spill on the base paths, but able to come back out here for the fourth inning at the catcher position for the Knights. So now Deshaun Aiken will come to the plate with a runner at first and nobody out. Burris with a 11-run lead here to start the fourth inning, trying to throw strikes and get outs here in the top of the fourth. Knights won the first game 16-11 to get their first Capital Conference win of the season. That ball rocketed to third. McNally knocks it down. Only play at first. Got him. Great play by McNally. Zach McNally at third base, able to knock that hot shot down and then throw over and get Aiken at first base. So one gone for Wesley here in the top of the fourth inning. And now the center fielder Mears will come to the plate. Trey Mears, the senior 6'1" outfielder out of Millsboro, Delaware, the leadoff hitter in the batting order. Takes a slow pitch for a ball. And Burris trying to aim that one hard, and he overthrew it. Wild pitch moves the runner up from second to third. One out for Wesley here in the fourth inning with a runner at third base. Mears takes a called strike. Ripped down the left field line, but they say it's foul. Taylor Peterson pitched and won the first game for the Knights. Hodges got the save in that first game. Burris trying to get out of the fourth inning to put himself into a position to win this game if he can go through the fifth inning with the lead. Mears knocks that one foul down the left field line. Burris loved to get the strikeout here with the runner at third. That ball hit towards the outfield and past the second baseman. Good effort by Raleigh Daniels, but he couldn't reach it. And now it's 16-6 with one out and a runner at first base. So Wesley has its sixth run of the game. Burris trying to deliver a strike on a 1-0 count, makes it 2-0. There's a called strike. 2-1 now on the hitter with a runner at first and one out here in the top of the fourth inning. Knights got 14 runs in the first inning. Burris's next pitch hit on the ground softly. Daniels throws to second base. They try to get the runner at first and turn the double play. Another great double play ball from the Knights defense. And we'll go to the bottom of the fourth with your scores: Southern Virginia University 16 and Wesley 6. Knights coming to hit here in the bottom of the fourth inning with a 10-run lead, 16-6. Josh Hilburn, who got a homer in the first game, will come to the plate to lead off the fourth inning for the Knights, facing Ryan Devine, the relief pitcher for the Wesley Wolverines. For those who were with us in the first inning, their starting pitcher, Cody Simmet, did not last the first inning and gave up 14 runs in that first inning. Knights jumped on top 14-1. Wesley has tried to battle back, but still down by 10 here as the bottom of the fourth starts. 2-0 the count to Hilburn. Saunders on deck. Rocketed past the third baseman. Hilburn will take the turn and go on into second base. Good piece of base running by Josh Hilburn. Saw the left fielder was slow to get the ball back in. He took advantage of it, took the extra base, and he's at second base with a double. Hilburn at second base. Nobody gone here in the bottom of the fourth. And Ryan Saunders, who also had her first game homer, steps to the plate. Recapping some night sports again. The baseball team won the first game today, 16-11, leading here 16-6 in game number 2. Women's softball winning 19-0 and 16-0 over Trinity in a doubleheader played at Southern Virginia University. And men's lacrosse getting a big victory on the road at St. Mary's. The Knights were able to win that one 18-15. Big Capital Conference road victory for the Knights, who are now 2-0 in conference play. Saunders takes it low. Women's lacrosse not in action today. They'll be playing Tuesday against Randolph and again on Thursday against Christopher Newport. We'll have both of those games for you. In addition, we'll have men's volleyball coming up Wednesday night, 7 o'clock from the Knight Sports Arena. Saunders rips that ball towards center field. Mears will watch it hit the wall on a bounce, and moving Saunders over to second base gets the double, and Hilburn from second scores, and the Knights now lead 17-6. Saunders having a big day here when it comes to the attack, along with a lot of the other Knights. Cole Critchfield's had a big day. McNally, and of course, Riley Daniels has 3 home runs today. Now here's the DH, Justin King, who's also done a good job today getting on base. A run in and nobody out for the Knights here in the bottom of the fourth. Called strike on Justin King, the DH. King waits on the pitch from Devine, rips it up the middle. Shortstop will handle it, throws over to first. First out of the fourth inning with Saunders moving from second to third. And now here is Cole Critchfield, who got a homer in that first game too. He's had a big offensive day as well for the Knights.
Number 6, Cole Critchfield.
Zach McNally on deck for Southern Virginia. Critchfield came into the doubleheader today hitting over 400, hitting 412. Takes that pitch low. Critchfield swinging at a slow pitch and misses. 1-1 the count. Knights' biggest lead so far today, 13 runs at 14-1. Right now they lead by 11. Got a runner at third. That's Saunders. And 1 out. Critchfield drives it into right field for a base hit. Now it is 18-6 Southern Virginia, as Critchfield will stop at first. And here comes McNally. Kiefer on deck.
Number 9, Zach McNally.
Knights doing a great job rebuilding that lead after it was 14-1. Wesley came back to make it 14-5, but the Knights were able to build that lead back up. Right now, the lead is 12. Critchfield with his lead at first base, and 1 out here in the 4th inning. 2-0 the count on McNally. Swung on and missed. 2-1 now the count. Critchfield takes his lead at first, and McNally swings and misses again. 2-2 the count. Knights trying to improve to 8-15 overall this season, and trying to get their second conference win to go to 2-3 in the conference, as Critchfield is back on the pickoff attempt. Good lead for Critchfield. That ball is high, and now the count 3-2 on McNally. And McNally takes ball 4, so the Knights have first and second with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Now it'll be Jordan Kiefer, the catcher, coming to the plate. Runners take their lead at first and second, and Devine's pitch to Kiefer's outside for a ball. Pitch coming to Kiefer with runners at first and second and just 1 out here in the 4th inning. That ball is going to be called outside. 2-0 now. Called strike right down the middle to the left side, and Kiefer Lau with a 2-1 count on him. Now 3-1. Devine, who took over for Simmet after the first inning. Simmet actually only got 2 outs in the first inning. Then Devine took over in the first inning, and he is running into control problems here in the 4th inning. Kiefer drives that ball deep towards the center field fence, and it goes over the fence. It hit Mears' glove and hopped over the fence, and that's going to be a homer as Mears had it and then hit the fence, and the collision jarred the ball loose, and it popped over the fence for a home run. Great effort by Mears in center field to try to bring that one down. He had a glove on it, but when he hit the fence, the collision not only knocked the ball loose, but the ball was knocked forward, and it went over the fence for a 3-run homer for Kiefer. So Kiefer hits his first home run of the season, and the Knights have suddenly blown this one open to a 15-run lead at 21-6. Great effort in center field by Mears, almost able to haul that one in. Now Ryan Morin is the hitter, as the Knights have jumped their lead to 15, biggest lead so far today here in game number 2 after they won the first game, 16-11. Morin fouls that one off, 0-1 the count. Still just 1 out for the Knights here in the 4th inning. Hit towards the shortstop and over the shortstop head into center field for a base hit. Morin takes the big turn, but he'll stay at first base.
Number 2, Riley Daniels.
Now Riley Daniels will come to the plate. Daniels hit 2 homers in the first game. He hit a homer so far in this game. 5 total homers for the season, all taking place right here at Rockbridge County High School. Daniels fouling that one off for a 1-1 count. Raining again here at Rockbridge County High School. Rained off and on in the first game, which the Knights won 16-11. They lead here 21-6. They have scored 37 runs so far in 2 games. Daniels fouling that one off. Daniels waits on the 1-2 delivery, and it floats up there and outside. 2-2 now. Knights have a runner at first. Still just 1 out here in the 4th inning. Big hit here in the 4th inning for the Knights. That homer by Kiefer is the pickoff play, and back goes Morin to first base. And Daniels fouls that one off. Must have hit him in fair territory. And so he is the 2nd out of the inning. Runner at first, though, able to make it down to second base. So Morin's at second base, 2 outs, and here is Burgos. Knights got 14 runs in the first. They have scored 7 since then, and they lead here by 15, 21-6. And Burgos hits that one down to short. And that will be the 3rd out of the inning. We'll go to the 5th inning with the Knights on top here. Your score is Southern Virginia 21 and Wesley 6. Welcome back to Rockbridge County High School, top of the 5th inning, and the Knights leading here 21-6. They scored 14 runs in the first inning. They've been able to score 7 runs since then. Wesley tried to make a comeback after falling behind 14-1 and got it to 14-5, but the Knights have been able to extend that lead now to 15 at 21-6. Seth Burris on his 5th inning of work, trying to officially get the victory by completing this inning. Facing Chris Siebert, who pops it up to the left side. Morin right there, the shortstop, and he'll put it away for the first out. So now Calvarese, the 3rd baseman, will come to the plate. Senior, 6'1", from Newark, Delaware, Mike Calvarese, with 1 out in the 5th inning, and he takes a called strike as Burris really seems to be on target here in the 5th inning. That one's fouled away. Looks like Tanner Black is warming up for the Knights in the bullpen. They might be trying to split the load here in the second game of this doubleheader. Maybe let Burris go 5 or 6 or 7 innings and then have Black come on in. Peterson and Hodges worked the first game. Peterson getting the win. Hodges, his second save of the season. Hodges took over with 2 outs in the 6th and then went the rest of the way. Swung on and missed. Kiefer picks up the loose ball and fires down to first for the out. And 2 quick outs for Burris here in inning number 5.
Number 1, Aaron Briggs.
So 2 outs and nobody on here for Wesley in the 5th inning. That pitch high and tight to Aaron Briggs. Burris' 1-0 delivery is high and outside, 2-0. Burris trying to get a 1-2-3 inning. His defense has helped him today. A couple of double play balls as the rain's starting to come down here in inning number 5. It's really rained off and on here in the second game for a few innings and back in the first game for 2 or 3 innings as Burris delivers, and that one's a called strike. Hit on the ground to third. Nice play by McNally. Over to first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Seth Burris. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. It's the Knights on top here, 21-6. Knights are ready to go here in the bottom of the 5th inning, leading 21-6. Rain still coming down here in game number 2. The Knights won the first game 16-11. That one's outside. Actually, I believe the Knights won that first game 17-11, so they've now scored 38 in these 2 games of the doubleheader. That ball hit down to third base. Calvarese will throw over, and he'll get Hilburn for the first out here of the 5th inning. Now Saunders will come to the plate with King on deck.
Number 27, Ryan Saunders.
Wind starting to pick up here from Rockbridge County High School. Had some good wind and some good rain, but they've been able to keep on playing. As Devine, their relief pitcher, gets Saunders to swing and miss. Saunders with an 0-2 count. He'll set up outside, and Saunders will drive the ball to short, and it's caught by the shortstop for the second out of the inning. Good play there defensively by Siebert, the shortstop, to haul it in. And so 2 are gone for the Knights here in the 5th inning. And now Justin King, the DH, will step to the plate. Devine took over way back in the first. The starter only went 2/3 an inning for Wesley. That ball hit up the middle. Great play by Siebert, the shortstop, and he throws him out for the 3rd out of the inning. We'll go to the 6th inning. It is Knights on top here, 21-6. Welcome back to Rockbridge County High School. Rain has let up a little bit. Sun's come out. Got a rainbow. Has the Knights lead here, 21-6 to start the 6th inning. Seth Burris, first hitter. Calvaries, the 3rd baseman, drives that ball right back up the middle for a single. They'll make that Picarillo getting the single for the Wesley Wolverines. And now here is the catcher, John Joins. Knights won that first game 16-11, so they have now scored actually 37 runs in the 2 games. This will be a big doubleheader sweep for the Knights. They're going to improve to 2-3 in the conference, 8-15 overall, and those two wins today in the conference will be huge. It'll launch them right back into the capital race for the top 6 as that ball is hit out to right field. Critchfield, the right fielder, will pick it up and throw it back in. First 2 runners have reached here for Wesley here in the top of the 6th inning. So barring that the Knights don't blow this 21-6 lead, they're going to improve to 2-3. They started the day 0-3 in the conference, and they really needed at least 1 and maybe 2 wins today to stay in the race for the top 6 of the conference to make the conference postseason tournament. And these 2 home wins today over Wesley would be huge. It would actually hop them past Wesley in the standings and give them a chance to perhaps catch the 500 mark in the conference standings when they hit the road on Wednesday to go to Mary Washington. And so play at Mary Washington Wednesday. Next Saturday, they'll be at Salisbury for 2 games. And then a week from Wednesday, they'll be playing at Frostburg before they come home on the 30th of March to take on Eastern Mennonite. Ball grounded to second base. Picked up by Daniels. That's 1. Over to first. Double play. I believe that is 3 double play balls turned by the Knights defense here today to really help out the pitcher, Seth Burris. And now there's a runner at third, but there are 2 gone in the inning. And now it'll be Aiken coming to the plate for the Wesley Wolverines. 3 double play balls, I believe, by that defense by the Knights, really assisting Burris, who's benefited greatly. And mainly it's been more on the shortstop and Daniels, the second baseman, turning those double play balls. 1-0 Aiken, and he punches that ball to right field. Critchfield's there. He makes the catch, and that's the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Knights still on top here, 21-6. Tim Bresnahan back here with you at Rockbridge County High School. Ready to go. Bottom of the 6th inning. The Knights leading handily 21-6. They scored 14 runs in the bottom of the 1st inning to take a 14-1 lead. And they've been coasting since then. Seth Burris not only getting a lot of run support and going 6 innings so far, but getting at least 3 double play balls from his defense, mainly a shortstop and a second baseman, as Cole Critchfield will lead off here in the bottom of the 6th inning. We've had 3 or 4 good rains come through and been windy off and on all day. Knights have taken advantage of the winds at times by blasting homers. Riley Daniels with 2 home runs today. Or actually 2 in the first game, 1 in the second game, 3 total home runs today, and 5 now for the season. Cole Critchfield also has had a homer today. The current Knight up at the plate. Critchfield needs only a ball to draw a walk here to lead off the 6th inning. And there it is. Cole Critchfield takes the walk. And the Knights will start off the 6th inning with a base runner. And now it will be Zach McNally coming to the plate. He hasn't homered today, but he's had some big hits. Had a big 2-run single in that first game, which the Knights were able to win. Knights were able to pull away late in that first game to get the victory. And they're hoping to ride a 14-run first inning today here in game number 2 to potentially get a doubleheader sweep today. Critchfield takes his lead at first, and McNally watches that one sail to the outside corner for a strike. Another strike. 1-2 now on McNally. Kiefer, the catcher, is on deck here for Southern Virginia. That ball hit towards the center fielder. Mears over and makes the catch. Good catch by Trey Mears. So we got 1 out here for the Knights in the 6th inning, and Kiefer will come to the plate. Last time up, he homered towards center field. A ball that Mears went back on, went all the way back to the fence, leaped, appeared to make the catch, hit the fence. The ball came loose and popped over the fence for a Kiefer 3-run homer. Critchfield with his lead at first base, and the ball bounces away. Critchfield will try to go to second, and he'll make it easily. Ryan Morin is on deck. Pitch is low to Kiefer. Count now 2-0 on the catcher. Tanner Black for the Knights continuing to warm up in the bullpen. We'll see if he spells Burris maybe in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. There's a called strike. 2-1 the count now on Kiefer, with Critchfield at second base. And 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning with the Knights on top by 15. Now 2-2 after the swing and a miss by Jordan Kiefer. low, so the count runs 3-2 on Kiefer. Ryan Devine took over in the first inning for the starter, Cody Simmet, after he allowed 14 runs. And Devine has given up 7 runs since then, but he's pitched pretty well at times. And that ball by Kiefer is hit towards the gap. And it will be caught by the left fielder, makes the catch. Critchfield gets back to second base. Good job there by the left fielder, as Aiken was able to get over and make the catch. And that's the second out of the inning. And now here is Morin. Ryan Morin will step to the plate with Critchfield at second. 2 outs in the inning. Morin drives the ball to Mears in center field, and he makes the grab near the wall for the 3rd out of the inning. We will go to the 7th inning. It's still Southern Virginia University 21 and Wesley 6. Tanner Black is now onto the mound for the Knights. So Burris goes 6 innings and allows 6 runs total. Burris in line to get the victory today, as was Peterson in game 1. As Tanner Black is the new pitcher for the Knights, another side armor. Sophomore, 5'11", 210 pounds, out of San Antonio, Texas. He's a sophomore. And he'll face Mears to start the 7th inning. And Black is in to spell Burris and just throw strikes and get this one to go home for the Knights for their doubleheader sweep victory. They won the first game 16-11, trying to win the nightcap here and take a big sweep in the Capital Conference, win a couple of games and improve their conference record to 2-3. Black gets a called strike there. And on the corner for a called strike. Ball grounded foul, just foul near the third base line. Two and two on the center fielder Mears. And Black is outside with that pitch. 3-2 now. And Hilburn, the center fielder, able to make the grab. Came in a couple of steps and caught it near the ankles. And a good catch by Hilburn, the center fielder, for the first out of the 7th inning. Now it'll be Dimerchik, who was the first game catcher, coming to the plate with one gone here in the 7th inning. And Black gets him to shoot that ball to right center. It's going to reach the wall on a couple of hops. And the batter will move into second base with a double. So Wesley's got a runner at second and one out. And Chris Siebert will come to the plate.
Number 22, Christopher Siebert.
One out, runner at second. Black, the second pitcher in the second game for the Knights. Peterson and Hodges split the difference in the first game. Peterson went 5 2/3, and Hodges worked the remaining 3 1/3. Burris in this game went 6 innings, and the 7th inning being pitched here by Tanner Black. 1-0 the count on Siebert with a runner at second base and one out. That ball ripped into right field. And by Critchfield, it'll go all the way near the wall. One run will come around. Let's see if this is going to be an inside the park homer try, or they'll stick with third base, and it looks like Siebert will stay at third. So Critchfield hasn't made too many mistakes in right field today, but that time he just didn't get his glove down far enough to stop it from going past him, and so it ends up being Siebert going all the way to third. It's 21-7. And now Calvarise will come to the plate, the third baseman for the Wesley Wolverines, with one out here in the 7th inning. Foul down the third base line. Knights will be playing at Mary Washington this coming Wednesday, then a big doubleheader on the road at Salisbury. So there are 3 huge conference games coming up. And then if you add the 4th one, a week from Wednesday at Frostburg, Knights have 4 really big conference games on the road coming up in that week and a half span before they get back home for their next conference game on Saturday, April the 1st, a doubleheader against Penn State Harrisburg. That ball punched into left field for a base hit. Calvarise will bring home another run. It'll be 21-8. And Wesley will have a runner at first base with a one out here in the 7th inning. Now Briggs will be the hitter. So this misses the inside corner. 1-0 the count. Knights won the first game 16-11. That was a game where they led 10-7 late and then scored 6 runs to essentially put that game out of reach. And of course, in this game, in the very first inning, they scored 14 runs in the first inning to essentially put this second game out of reach. And here comes Black's pitch. It's slow and away. And Briggs will draw a walk, so first and second. 2 runs are in, only one out, 2 runners on. Black taking over for Burris. He has kind of struggled here in the 7th inning in his first inning of work. Picarillo, the first baseman for Wesley, knocks that ball down to second. Could be another double play ball. And it is. It is the 4th double play ball the Knights defense has turned in. Basically, it is Morin and Daniels doing the job there. The defense stops Wesley again. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th with your scores. Southern Virginia 21 and Wesley 8. Welcome back to Rockbridge County High School. Jim Bresnahan back here with you for the bottom of the 7th inning. Southern Virginia leading here 21-8 after they won the first game 16-11. It's been a very good sports Saturday for Southern Virginia University athletics. Knights really in line here for a baseball doubleheader sweep as the Knights lead here and have an opening. Looks like it's going to be a double by Riley Daniels right off the bat down the right field line for 2 bases. Riley Daniels, who's hit 3 homers today, 2 in the first game, 1 in the second game, leads off the 7th inning with a double. So the Knights won the first game today 16-11, leading here 21-8, in line for a big doubleheader sweep. Knights softball getting a doubleheader sweep today at home against Trinity. Knights men's lacrosse winning a huge road game in the Capital Conference, defeating St. Mary's on the road. And, of course, last night, men's volleyball victorious on the road at Pfeiffer. 13-run lead as the Knights are facing a new pitcher here in Colin Miller. He's a senior, 6'1", out of Newark, Delaware. Daniels leading off the 7th inning with a double down the right field line. And Burgos, the next hitter, pops it up. The catcher makes the grab for the first out. So the catcher for Wesley battling those wins as well as the son to put that one away for the first out of the 7th inning. 1 gone for the Knights. And now Josh Hilburn, who also had a homer in that first game, will step to the plate with a runner, Riley Daniels, at second base, and 1 out for the Knights here in the 7th inning. Ryan Saunders, who's also had a big day at the plate, will be the on-deck hitter as Hilburn swings and misses. Both teams have had to battle through the wet weather today. It's been raining off and on, and the high winds have been off and on with us, but the Knights have been able to use the winds to their advantage, launching home runs today. Riley Daniels hitting 3 total homers, 2 in the first game, 1 in the second game. Kiefer's got a home run here in the second game. Critchfield, Hilburn, Saunders all hit homers in that first game as well. Two and 1 to count on Josh Hilburn. Curveball floats in for the second strike, 2-2. Pitch popped up on the infield. The shortstop Seaford will put it away for the second out. So 2 outs now for the Knights here in the 7th inning. And Ryan Saunders will come to the plate with a runner at second, and now 2 gone.
Ryan Saunders.
This would be a big doubleheader sweep for the Knights, especially with 4 straight road games in the conference. Mary Washington Wednesday, next Saturday a doubleheader at Salisbury, a week from Wednesday at Frostburg. And then when you look ahead to April in the schedule, as far as the conference is concerned, no road games, just home doubleheader on April the 1st against Penn State Harrisburg, a single game against Newport on the 5th, doubleheader against Marymount on the 8th, single game against Mary Washington on the 12th, and a doubleheader against St. Mary's on the 15th. So if the Knights can do pretty well in their upcoming road games, they should be in good shape. There's a ball hit to shortstop, and that will be the 3rd out of the inning. We'll go to the top of the 8th. The Knights lead here 21-8. Ready to go here at the top of the 8th inning. Tanner Black, second inning of work with Michael Sterling warming up in the bullpen for the Knights. So we'll see if Sterling comes on in the 9th inning. Sterling has played in right field sometimes for the Knights, also a part-time pitcher. John Joins, catching in the second game for Wesley, is the leadoff hitter for the Wolverines in the 8th inning. And he hits the ball down to third base. McNally grabs it, fires over, and overthrows the first baseman. And so it's going to be an error on McNally. So the first runner for Wesley here in the 8th inning is reached. Good chance to thank everyone who helped in this doubleheader. Josh Adams, of course, our fine director, as well as Aaron and Patrick, our camera people, and also Sam Horman, who helped out with the lineups today. As everybody's been having to dodge the weather at times, we've had some serious rain and some serious wind, and the Knights are looking for a big doubleheader sweep today. Again, they won the first game, 16-11. They lead here, 21-8. Tanner Black hoping to complete the 8th inning and maybe turn it over to Sterling for the 9th inning. Wesley trying to make a big comeback after they gave up 14 runs to the Knights in the first inning. Swung on and missed. Runner at first for Wesley, and nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning. Sabino waiting on Tanner Black's 1-2 pitch, way outside, 2-2. Two delivery outside again. Tanner Black in danger of putting the first two runners on base here in the top of the 8th inning, with the Knights just 6 outs away from a doubleheader sweep today. Sabino fouls that one off. Aiken is the on-deck hitter for the Wolverines. Wesley won 2 of their first 3 conference games, but they lost at Salisbury yesterday night 8, and if they lose this doubleheader, they'll fall to 2-4 in the conference and actually drop below the Knights, who would then be 2-3 as Black strikes out Sabino. And here is Aiken coming to the plate with a runner at first. Now 1 gone for Wesley here in the 8th inning. Knights have turned at least 4 double play balls here in this second game to back the pitching of Burris and now Tanner Black. And I believe almost all, if not all, of the double plays have been turned by the shortstop Ryan Morin and the second baseman Riley Daniels. Daniels having a big day today, not just defensively, but he's also hit 3 homers, 2 in this first game, and then 1 in the nightcap. Kiefer has a homer in the second game. Critchfield and Saunders and Hilburn all homered in the first game. Joins takes his lead at first base. That ball low and away, and it got past Kiefer, so Joins will move up to second base now. Both teams are battling the sun right in their face here as this second game starts to draw to a close. Black gets the called strike over. 3-1. Aiken takes another call strike, 3-2. Black trying to get the second out of this 8th inning, but he walks the hitter, so it's first and second with 1 out.
Number 6, Trey Mears.
Now Trey Mears, the center fielder, will come to the plate for the Wolverines. Justin King now warming up in the bullpen for the Knights. There's a called strike on Mears, the center fielder. That pitch floats to the outside for a ball. 1-1. Outfielder shading Mears slightly to left. Runners take their lead. Aiken is the runner at first. He's got a good lead. That ball ripped to left field. And it hits the wall. One run is in. Aiken will be held at third. And Mears goes into second base with a double. And it's 21-9. So the Wolverines get a run and put runners at scoring position at second and third. Still just one out here for the Wolverines here in the top of the 8th inning. And Dimerchik will come to the bat here for the Wesley Wolverines as they try to make a late game comeback. They trailed early 14-1 after the Knights scored 14 in the bottom of the first inning. They have pulled to within 12 here in the top of the 8th. Knights' biggest lead in this second game has been 15 at 21-6. Swinging strike that time for Tanner Black, the sidearm right-hander for the Knights, who took over for Seth Burris after Burris went 6 innings. One pitch coming up here, fouled off, 2-2. Dimerchik is trying to walk that one off after fouling that ball off his ankle. It's 2-2 the count. One gone here for the Wolverines in the top of the 8th. And he swings and misses, going after a pitch way outside for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone for Wesley here. Ball got away from Tanner Black, but he was able to chase it down. And no advancement by the runners, so still second and third for Wesley. Now 2 outs in the inning. And Chris Siebert, the shortstop, will come to the plate. (21-9). 12-run lead here, and it looks like that's going to be all for Tanner Black, so they'll make a pitching change. And let's see if Justin King will get the call. King and Sterling have been warming up. Looks like King is still warming up, so Sterling will get the ball here in the top of the 8th inning. See if Michael Sterling, part-time pitcher, who's also played some right field this year for the Knights, if he'll try to take this one all the way home, or if they'll maybe give the ball to Justin King in the 9th inning. Knights trying to keep their pitching staff fresh, of course. As we mentioned, they've got a really tough 4-game road swing coming up over the next week and a half. Wednesday at Mary Washington in a single game, and then a doubleheader next Saturday at Salisbury before They wrap up the road stand on the road at Frostburg on Wednesday, March the 29th in a single game. So there's 4 tough road games coming up in the Capital Conference over the next 10 days for Southern Virginia. Their next home game in the Capital Conference will be Saturday, April the 1st against Penn State Harrisburg. Recapping some of the other sports today for the Knights. Southern Virginia able to sweep a softball doubleheader against Trinity, 19-0, 16-0 in the 2 games there. Men's lacrosse defeating St. Mary's on the road 18-15. And of course, last night the men's volleyball team able to beat Pfeiffer 3 sets to 1 for their 18th match win of the season. They'll be playing their last home match of the season Wednesday night, 7 o'clock against James Madison. We'll have that one for you, and we'll also have women's lacrosse coming up on Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday against Randolph, Thursday against Christopher Newport. Sterling trying to get the 3rd out of the 8th inning with runners at 2nd and 3rd for Wesley. 21-9, a 12-run lead here for the Knights. 2-0 now the count. Siebert, the shortstop, the lefty hitting shortstop for Wesley. Ball driven into right field for a base hit. And that will score 2 runs as Wesley gets a little closer on the 2-run single by Siebert. Michael Sterling, the sophomore from Mesa, Arizona, trying to end this 8th inning. It's 21-11. Knights had built that lead all the way to 21-6, but Wesley has scored the last 5 runs to work within 10 now. That ball fouled back. Calvary's up there for Wesley, the 3rd baseman. Siebert is at first base, and 2 are out here in the 8th inning. And a swing and a miss. That's strike 2 on Calvary's. And Siebert taking something off that pitch, hit him. But I believe here the home plate ump said that Calvary's made no effort to get out of the way, and so they're not going to award him first base. It looked like Calvary's, at the very least, didn't move and maybe even actually moved towards the ball. Home plate ump says, come right back. That kind of upsets the Wesley folks, and so Calvary's will have to hang in there and keep swinging with a runner at first and 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Sterling trying to get the 3rd out of this 8th inning for the Knights. 3rd pitcher in this game for Southern Virginia. That ball popped up to right field. Critchfield is out there, and he makes the grab for the 3rd out. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The Knights on top here, 21-11. Knights are ready to go here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Their lead is now 10. Knights led by a 14-1 count at the end of one inning. They've stretched the lead to 21-6. Wesley has scored the last 5 runs to make it 21-11. And Justin King will lead off the bottom of the 8th inning for the Knights. See if Justin King or Sterling pitch the 9th inning for the Knights, who try to lock down this doubleheader sweep by just getting 3 more outs against Wesley. The count on King. Now 3-0. Knights will do some substituting, it looks like. Austin Hammond is in the on-deck circle. Looks like he's going to replace Critchfield. And Justin King draws the walk to lead off the bottom of the 8th inning. So here comes Austin Hammond, the junior from Sonoya, Georgia, Whitewater High School. 5'10", 175 pounds.
Number 17, Austin Hammond.
King takes his lead at first base with nobody out here in the 8th inning. Hammond takes the ball. Cullen Miller, latest reliever for the Wesley Wolverines, trying to get his team to the 9th inning. That one's high and tight. So after walking King, he's gone 2-0 to Hammond with McNally on deck. Pitch to Hammond, and that one's inside. Gets away from the catcher. King will go down to second. 3-0 the count on Hammond. Hammond waiting on the 3-0 delivery. Strokes it foul. Three-one delivery to Austin Hammond with a runner at second, and nobody out here in the 8th inning, and Hammond fouls that one back. 3-2 now. Fouled again. Still 3-2 on Austin Hammond. Miller's 3-2 delivery hooks in there, and they're going to rule it a ball. So it's first and second for the Knights to start this 8th inning. King at second, Hammond at first, and here comes McNally.
Number 9, Zach McNally.
Owen Green, a sophomore, is on deck for the Knights. Be his first at bat today as McNally drills that ball to center field for a base hit. Mears can't grab it. Now it's corralled by the right fielder, and the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Number 26, Owen Green.
So Owen Green is the hitter now with the bases loaded and nobody out for the Knights. That ball's fouled off and out of play to the right side. Green punches the ball to first. They'll come home and get the runner at home plate for the force. So the bases are loaded. Now one gone, and Ryan Morin will step to the plate for the Knights.
Number 13, Ryan Morin.
One count with the bases loaded. Miller trying to work out of a jam here. He floats that one up there for a strike, 1-1. Morin hits that ball down to short. Could be two. There's one drop by the second baseman, though, and everybody is safe. They thought they got the runner at least at second, but they're going to say no, and the bases will remain loaded. And now the Knights lead 22-11. So Riley Daniels will come to the plate.
Number 2, Riley Daniels.
Base is still loaded. Still just one out. That pitch hooks in there for a strike. That pitch goes outside. 1-1 to Daniels, who had 2 homers in the first game, hit a homer in the second game. He's got 5 homers for the season now, all here at Rockbridge County High School. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Now 1-2 after that called strike. Daniels will shoot that one foul down the right field line. 1-2 on Riley Daniels, the second baseman for the Knights. He'd been struggling coming into this game today, but 3 homers and a ton of RBIs, and he has really picked up his offensive game, and he drills that one to right field and deep, and it's over the right fielder's head. Daniels going the other way. Drives home 1, drives home 2, or just 1. Looks like they're going to hold everybody at still bases loaded, so just 1 home to make it 23-11. Now Skylar Cloward, who at times this season has been the DH, will step to the plate. His first appearance at bat today. That ball's popped up. Center field, Mears, back, and somehow makes the grab. Nice catch by the center fielder for Wesley. That'll be a sac fly. Run comes home. I believe it is now 24-11 Knights.
Number 24, Josh Hilburn.
And now Josh Hilburn with 2 outs in the 8th inning and runners at first and second. Balls so far to Josh Hilburn. Hilburn hit a home run in the first game. Hilburn hits that back up through the middle. Siebert couldn't grab it, and the bases remain loaded. are loaded as everybody holds up a base and no one comes in to score. So the bases are loaded with 2 outs for the Knights here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And here's Ryan Saunders coming to the plate.
Ryan Saunders.
Justin King, a on-deck hitter with bases loaded and 2 outs. One and one the count on Ryan Saunders with 2 outs for the Knights here in the bottom of the 8th. Runners at every base, they take their leads, and Saunders takes a called strike. Knights won the first game, 16-11. Saunders takes a ball. Saunders hits that ball to left field. It's going to nearly, it does drop in. The left fielder can't corral it. And now it's 25-11 Knights. So the Knights have now scored 41 in 2 games.
Number 22, Mike Sterling.
So Mike Sterling will come to the plate. Sterling taking over as the latest pitcher. We'll see if Justin King comes into the 9th or Sterling stays out there pitching in the 9th inning. Sterling takes a strike. Cole Critchfield is also warming up, though, in the bullpen. We'll see if he pitches at all in the 9th inning. Two outs, bases loaded, 2-1 on Sterling. Knights on top here, 25-11 in the bottom of the 8th inning. That pitch outside now, 3-1 the count. And Sterling draws the walk to make it 26-11 Knights.
Number 17, Austin Hammond.
Austin Hammond back up to the plate now with bases loaded. Still 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th. Colin Miller, the latest reliever for Wesley, trying to work out of this 8th inning and get us to the 9th inning. One pitch coming to Austin Hammond with the bases loaded. Two and one now. Hammond hits the ball to first base. And they get the runner at first base for the 3rd out. So we'll go to the 9th inning. Your score here. It is Southern Virginia 26 and Wesley 11. Ready to go here in the top of the ninth inning with the Knights on top 26-11. They won the first game 16-11, so they, by our count, have scored 42 runs in this doubleheader sweep. 3 outs away from the doubleheader sweep of the Wesley Wolverines. The Knights would improve to 2-3 in the conference as Briggs, the leadoff hitter, hits it to the catcher, and the catch is made by the catcher for the Knights for the first out of the inning. So 1 gone. Sterling still out there pitching. Good luck to the Knights in their upcoming road stand. They'll be have 4 road games in the span of about 10 days. Next Wednesday at Mary Washington, a doubleheader. Next Saturday at Salisbury, and then a week from Wednesday playing a single game at Frostburg. If they can do well in that 4-game road stand, they'll be in great shape as far as the conference standings are concerned. That ball hit down to third base. Long throw over made. Great play by the Knights defense again. They have really been superlative today, especially the infield. And there are 2 outs now in the 9th inning. Going to say thanks again to Josh, our fine director, and Aaron and Patrick, our camera people, putting up with the weather today. The winds, the rain, you name it. 2 outs for the Knights as they try to get the third Wesley out here in the top of the 9th inning for the sweep of this doubleheader. Knights will improve to 2-3 in the Capital Conference. Wesley will drop to 2-4 in the conference, and the Knights overall on the season will improve to 8-15. And they are right back in the race to finish in the top 6 and make the Capital Conference postseason tournament. Sterling trying to get the third out of this 9th inning. Make sure you join us for women's lacrosse next Tuesday night at 6 p.m., followed by men's volleyball Wednesday at 7 p.m., and then next Thursday night we'll also have women's lacrosse. And, of course, a week from today, men's lacrosse against Salisbury on Saturday, March the 25th. Women's softball, men's lacrosse, and men's baseball all successful today. Men's volleyball successful yesterday. That ball foul down the right field line, and it is caught for the third out of the inning. So the Knights have a big doubleheader sweep today. A big sweep by the Knights in the Capital Conference. And again, with this doubleheader sweep, the Knights are now 2-3 in the Capital Conference and right back in the Capital Conference race, especially when you talk about finishing in the top 6 and making the Capital Conference postseason tournament. Again, good luck to the Knights in their upcoming road stand, which will start on Wednesday at Mary Washington. That's going to wrap things up here from Rockbridge County High School. Congratulations once again to the Knights who sweep this doubleheader against Wesley. I'm Jim Bresnahan. Thanks again for joining us, everyone, for Knights baseball today.